Here comes the science bit.
Look at it, just tell me. What was it?
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing.
Come with me to da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, to da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, to da-da-da-da. We're literally at a stage where the
Man, I might just chill tonight.
For years I've lived a double life. In the day I do my job, I ride the bus, roll up my sleeves with the hoi polloi.
See you, Lacey.
Oh, saw your boy in the fire hat just now. So cute.
Yeah, he's really something.
my credit can vouch, a dog couldn't catch me. Tell me who could stop with Dre making moves, attracting honeys like a magnet, giving them orgasms with my mellow accent. Still moving this flavor with the homies Blackstreet and Teddy, the original rough shakers.
Shutting it down, good lord. Baby got 'em open all over town. Strictly bitch, you don't play around. Cover much grounds, got game by the pound. Getting paid is a forte, each and every day. True play away, I can't get her out of my mind. Wow. I think about the girl all the time. Wow. East side to the west side, pushing fat rides, it's no surprise. She got tricks in the stash, stacking up the cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, it's on when she's got to have it. Baby, you're a perfect 10, I wanna get in, can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. She's got class and style, street knowledge by the pound. Baby never act wild, very low key on the profile. Catching feelings is a no, let me tell you how it goes. Curves the word, spins the verb, lovers hit curves so freak what you heard. Rolling with the fatness, you don't even know what the half is. You got to pay to play, just for shorty bang bang to look your way. I like the way you work it, Trump tight all day, every day. You're blowing my mind, maybe in time, baby I can get you in my ride. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, that girl looks good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, play on, play on, play on. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, my kind of girl. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo,
Cause that's my peeps and we roll deep, flying first class from New York City to Blackstreet. What you know about me? Now the thing, Cartier wooded frame sported by my shorty. As for me, icy gleaming pinky diamond ring. We bees the baddest click up on this scene. Ain't you getting bored with these fake awards? How shows improves, no doubt. I've been thinking so. Please excuse if I come across rude, that's just me. And that's how a player's got to be. Stay kicking game with a capital G. Ask the peoples on my block, I'm as real as can be. Word is born, faking moves never been my thing. So Teddy, pass the word to your nigga Chauncey. I'll be sending a call, let's say around 3:30. Queen Pen and Blackstreet.
I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it,
fair. For real, you the only father that I ever knew. I get my bitch pregnant, I'ma be a better you. Prophecies that I made way back in the veil. Fulfill. Listen, even back when we was broke, my team ill. Martin Luther King would have been on Dreamville. Talk to her, nigga. One time for my LA sisters. One time for my LA hoes. Lame niggas can't tell the difference. One time for a nigga who knows. Don't save her. She don't wanna be saved. 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 No role models and I'm here right now. No role models to speak of. Searching through my memory, I couldn't find one. Last night I was getting my feet rubbed by the baddest bitch. Not Trina, but I swear to God, this bitch will make you call your girl up and tell her, hey, what's good? Sorry, I'm never coming home, I'ma stay for good. Then hang the phone up and proceed to later wood. I came fast like 911 in white neighborhoods. Ain't got no shame about it. She think I'm spoiled and I'm rich cause I can have any bitch. I got defensive and said, nah, I was the same without it. But then I thought back to a better me. Before I was a B-list celebrity, before I started calling bitches so heavily. Back when you could get a platinum plat without no melody, you wasn't sweating me. One time for my LA sisters, one time for my LA hoes. Lame niggas can't tell the difference. One time for a nigga who knows. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. 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 I want a real love, dark skinned and Aunt Viv love. That Jada in that weird love. That leave a toothbrush at your crib, love. And you ain't gotta wonder whether that's your kid, love. Nigga, I don't want no bitch from reality shows. Out of touch with reality hoes. Out in Hollywood, bringing back 5 or 6 hoes. Fuck them, then we kick them to the door, nigga, you know how it goes. She deserve that, she a bird, it's a bird trap. You think if I didn't rap, she would flirt back. Taking off a skirt, let her wear my shirt before she leave. I'ma need my shirt back, nigga, you know how it goes. One time for my LA sisters. One time for my LA hoes. Lame niggas can't tell the difference. One time for a nigga who knows. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. My only regret was too young for Lisa Bonet. My only regret was too young for Nia Long. Now all I'm left with is hoes from reality shows. Handed a script, the bitch probably couldn't read alone. My only regret was too young for Sade Adu. My only regret could never take Aaliyah home. Now all I'm left with is hoes up in Greystone. With the stale face cause they know it's they song. She shallow with the pussy, she shallow. She shallow. She shallow with the pussy, she shallow. She shallow. She shallow with the pussy, she shallow. She shallow. She shallow with the pussy, she shallow. She shallow. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. 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 Don't save
There's something between us anyway. I might not be the right one. It might not be the right time. But there's something about us I've got to do. Some kind of secret I will share with you. I need you more than anything in my life. I want you more than
the best. What you hear is not a test. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here.
Good morning, everybody, and a very, very warm welcome to Media Business Course 2025. I'm Sharon Lloyd-Barnes. I'm Commercial Director at the Advertising Association, and along with our Events Director, Suzanne Costello, we're going to be your hosts for the course this week. So over the next 3 days, you're going to be hearing from some of the best speakers in the industry today, UK and media advertising industry. You're working on a brilliant brief and in your syndicates, and then you're going to be presenting your ideas to some of the most senior leaders in the industry. NBC is an incredible 61 years old this year, and as you can imagine, it's evolved a lot since it began in the 1960s. But what really remains the same is its magical essence, which you're all going to discover over the next few days, and its industry reputation for excellence. The fact that your company has chosen all of you just shows how much you're valued where you work, and that's something to be really proud of.
It really is. Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling? Yay! Okay, a bit muted. We'll work on that.
It's early.
Good morning again. You should have all received one of these brochures that contain the agenda and a page of really useful information, such as what the Wi-Fi password is, when you need to check out, and what to do in the event of a fire alarm, which is to leave all your belongings and make your way slowly and calmly into the sea. Just kidding. Don't actually do that. The hotel staff will guide you to the meeting point, which is far more sensibly outside the main entrance of the hotel. And hopefully you've all managed to locate and sit at the correct syndicate table. That's the first test. Yeah. Please sit with your group when you're here in the conference hall. And just to keep things interesting, we might be moving the numbers around during the week, so keep an eye on that. Don't get caught out. Each syndicate will have your own meeting room in the hotel, which is your space to work on the brief and where you'll present your pitch back on Thursday afternoon to the judges. You should have received a syndicate list showing the location of the room. And if you can nominate one of your group to collect the key from our desk at 3:30 today, and when you get to the room, you'll find a welcome note from us with some information who to contact if you need anything else. And you can also collect your bedroom key at the same time between 3:30 and 5:30, and to save a massive rush, maybe don't all come on the dot of 3:30. When you get to your room, you'll find your luggage magically waiting for you. Now, if you attended one of our briefing sessions last week, you'll know that today your syndicate will be assigned a tutor. Their role is to guide you and to help you get the most out of the course. They are all fantastic, and you're in really safe hands. On Thursday afternoon, as we said, you'll be pitching to a panel of industry judges, and on Friday morning, you'll find out which 4 teams have been shortlisted to the final, when the client will be here to help pick the winner. But the brief is only half of the course. The other half is hearing from some fantastic speakers, and all their details are in the brochure. Most of the speakers have given us their permission to share their decks with you, and we'll be sending those to you at the end of each day. You'll also find speaker feedback forms on your table. Please fill those out, either leave them there or hand them to our desk before you leave. That helps us maintain the really high standard of the course.
And just a couple more things from me before we introduce you to your convener for today. So the course is a really fantastic experience, we've already said, but and we said on the briefing calls last week, it can be really intense as well, especially if you don't work in an agency role where you're pitching all the time in your day job. So do try and get out and get some fresh air. It's beautiful weather this week. We don't always have that. It's usually raining. So if you can get out, swim, go to the beach, even to walk around the block, just to make sure you look after yourself while you're here. We've got a great team here all week. Kiana and Phoebe are here as well if you've got any questions or concerns. And you'll also find Suzanne and my mobile numbers in your syndicate room. So do contact us anytime if you need anything. So that's housekeeping covered. Are you ready to get started? Slightly less muted, so that's good. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to your convener for today, Dave Granger, or as he's fondly known in the industry, Grave Danger. He's wearing 2 hats this week, convener for today, but he's also one of our fantastic tutors. And I'm just going to flag, he's very competitive. So a bit about Dave. He's an award-winning media strategist who has had a CSO and head of planning roles across the major holding groups. He's also shaped campaigns for brands like Toyota, O2, IKEA, and the National Lottery. And in 2017, Dave founded Ad London Calling, an industry music quiz that raised over £125,000 for the Grenfell families. He's a champion for working class talent through Adland's Common People community, and he's also a proud Wrexham FC fan. Can't have it all. Welcome, Dave.
Patron, and I'm just like, damn. It's 7 a.m.
Oh, wow, thank you. It's so nervous standing on a stage and presenting to 100 people. We don't get to do it very often, do we? Hi, I'm David. Welcome to day one of the Media Business course, the best day, the day all about sort of inspiration and creativity. I've got some notes here. What? I have the privilege of introducing the finest minds in advertising. Yeah, they can call themselves what they want. And I'll be wrapping up this afternoon with a few takeouts of the day, some hints and tips, things that we should take into our sort of syndicate groups as we begin to sort of tackle this fantastic brief that we can't tell you about yet. Right, and I'm excited, right? In London, some of you know me, some of you have worked with me. I'm quite a sort of calm person. I'm very sarcastic, very dry, but I'm quite quiet, and I usually let other people sort of talk before I do. But I come to the Media Business course every year, and I turn into an absolute troll. I turn pure evil. And what that means is that if you are not in one of my sort of syndicate teams, you're going to get it. You'll be queuing for breakfast tomorrow. And I'll just walk behind you and I'll just say, all right, loser. And I'll probably drop an F-bomb in there as well, because I get really, really excited whenever I'm here. So basically, Taylor Swift is basically there to remind me to sort of calm down. I'm trying to do it without swearing this year. I'm going to be a sort of bastion of sort of positivity. You're all going to be loved. I'm not going to hate on any of you. And that's probably going to last about sort of 3 hours. Next slide, please. Oh, no, I have to do it, don't I? There you go. Right, inspiration and planning, day one of the Media Business course. Right, it can feel like media planning is a bit of a sort of crossroads right now. We know that media agencies are looking to automate a lot of the sort of media planning processes. We do hold sort of years of historical data about how brands in different categories respond to sort of different levels of sort of media channel investment and things like that. So in some ways, it's sort of ripe for automation, but not here in Eastbourne. The smartest planners know that media planning is way, way more than sort of simple maths. It's about sort of brilliant insight. It's about big ideas. It's about creating the conditions that make people want to buy. It's about putting inspiration at the heart of our plans. And our speakers today are sort of going to do exactly that. Right, there's only one thing that separates a good planner from a brilliant planner. It's dreaming. And as Debbie Harry taught us, dreaming is free. Some of the best work I've ever seen has originated here at the Media Business course. We tackled a fantastic brief for Ben's Rice last year. You know the little rice pouches? And I was working with one of the sort of syndicate teams, and they had the maths all nailed down, but they were sort of missing that hook, right? And then we were talking about what would happen if we phoned our mum and just offered to sort of go and make her a meal next week. So we did it. We did it from the sort of syndicate room. One of the girls sort of phoned her mum, and her mum said, "Are you pregnant?" Another girl phoned her mum, and her mum burst out crying. Now, when your mum sort of, like happy tears, not like sad tears. Now, Richard Huntington sort of describes that as the aha moment. Richard Huntington is the Chief Strategy Officer at sort of Saatchi & Saatchi. So that's what we're sort of really looking for. Now, you can win. You can still win the Media Business course if you haven't got that hook. You can still win it by being brilliant presenters, having sort of solid thinking, but we're here to sort of get you to that sort of next level. So over the next 4 hours, I've got a speaker lineup that's going to help us to be a little bit more Blondie. And I'm delighted with that. I'm delighted to introduce you to our first speaker, Vicky. Now, Vicky Fox is the #1 person on our list when we put the Media Business course together every year. Like, there's lots of really talented sort of media planners in London, but there's only one God, and you're about to meet God, basically. So Vicky is OMG UK's Connected Media Planning Lead, driving smarter, integrated solutions across paid, owned, and earned media. She was formerly Chief Planning Officer at OMD UK. She twice won Media Planner of the Year. I've never made that list. I can't get arrested in this town. Well, clearly I can get arrested, but that's got nothing to do with media planning. Let's have a look. She helped shaped the industry's thinking on full funnel planning and attention metrics. She's also an IPA fellow, quite possibly the most awarded planner, definitely the most awarded planner in the room. She's also the smartest person in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a time in about sort of 10 minutes' time where you all surreptitiously pick up your phones and sort of take a picture of a slide that Vicky's going to present. It's almost like the whole world makes sense after you've heard Vicky talk. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce sort of Vicky Fox. Please.
Oh, that is ridiculous. How do you even start to follow that? Okay, this is me with my children who don't smile, clearly. Thanks for that. A little bit about me. I am a media planner, indie music lover, weekend mudlarker, questions afterwards about that, and a supporter of the mighty Spurs. I'm going to put that in because this is probably the only year I get to be really proud about that. So I did hear it, one cheer. Jeez, one, okay. I'm a media planner, and it's all I've ever wanted to do. So that's quite unusual, I understand that. I was probably about 15 when I started spending my pocket money on Campaign magazine at the local newsagents, and I realise how sad that sounds now, but it is true. So I thought, you're going to get your brief later. I genuinely don't know what it is, so it's quite interesting. But I wanted to sort of take a moment to talk to you about one of my favourite briefs that I ever got. I joined Manning Gottlieb in 2000 to work, run the Apple account. And back then, Apple was like really small. Like everybody had PCs, no one had Macs. Like 5% of people had Macs. So we would, I spent a couple of years building campaigns for laptops and desktops, and I was like, yeah, this is cool. I was a Mac user, so that was one of the reasons I joined, so I was really excited. And then we got a brief with a project name, and when it's really good, it's so good you're not even allowed to know what it's for. And this was the iPod in 2002. And you literally you were locked away, squirreled in a room. You weren't allowed to say what it was because, as you probably are aware now, it changed everything. It changed everything about the way we listen to music. Obviously, the forerunner to the iPhone, who doesn't, it just taken over the world. So that was really exciting. And just to give you a sense of how we had to put that campaign together, if you can remember the white iconic headphones that really everyone knew that you were listening to an iPod because you had those white headphones. What that meant was the detail we had to go into on paper stock for, the magazines or the newspapers that we chose, so that when you turn the page, you didn't see the writing on the back. You had to have a really specific type of paper stock, so that white would really shine through. And that, Apple is all about those kind of details because that's how the brand shone through. Just to give you a sense of how important the details were to Apple, I had to send my TV spot times to Steve Jobs for him to sign them off. That's the level of detail and control that man had over his brand. So that was, one of my favourite campaigns that I've worked on. So really exciting to see what brief you have later. So we're going to spend about 20 minutes or so talking about the nuts and bolts of sort of putting a plan together. We may have time, if I've got time, we may have 5 minutes at the end to take questions if anybody has any, but we'll see how we go. We'll have a planning process, all the steps that they go through. And often they'll be alliterative, they'll be design, deliver, whatever, or they'll be, create, curate, and activate. They'll be fancy terms. So I've just broken it down into real English. So there'll be, and I'm going to sort of walk us through all of these, but you'll think about the business challenge, the audiences, what the role for channels and the strategy needs to look like, being creative in our media thinking as well as literally in our creative development. the craft of media planning, my favourite thing to talk about, because that's sort of where I live and breathe, and then how the heck we're going to measure it all and make sure that it delivers. But the reality is that they don't exist as a straight line. You don't stop and like come out and go, oh, that was nice. They exist as sort of a continuum. And, you know, you don't look at your business challenge and budgets without first thinking about what happened last time I did this. Now, I get it. For you guys, you won't have the luxury of going, I don't know what happened last time, because this is literally the first time I've seen this brief. But in the real world, you should be coming off a sort of, as Dave said, a whole like wealth of data about outcomes and how the campaign performed last time and what worked, what didn't work, sort of things like that. But just have that in your mind. That's the way the process kind of normally goes. So you're going to get your brief, and there's some stuff you should probably have a look for, like the budget. That's really important. What does it cover, and what jobs does it need to do? So it's like, where am I operating? What is this budget need to do? So sometimes you get a budget that's like a performance-led budget. So it's like, all right, I understand I need to deliver X sales, clicks, something. Or is it, I genuinely don't know, so I'm sort of like, you may get a budget that needs to cover a big creative idea or an activation or something. So just make sure you're really clear, what are the boundaries for this budget? What is it expected to deliver? And then, so therefore, what job does it need to do? And try and crystallize that really cleanly up front in your own heads. One of the ways of sort of thinking about what a budget needs to do is to sort of humanizing the business challenge, which is something that you probably don't realize as consumers, but Sainsbury's did this absolutely brilliant. It's like case study classic. 2005, 2011, Sainsbury's strapline was try something new today. And what you probably, it's the most overt articulation of humanizing a business challenge I think I've ever seen, because what that literally did was add £1.14 per shopper per visit. So they worked through, and it's almost like the above-the-line strategy was literally what you wanted the sales growth to be. I want to grow my shopping basket by X. I'm just going to tell people to try something new today. And then they did. It's just perfect, just sheer alignment between like, what is our challenge? Oh, I'm just going to tell them to try something new. But we all fell for it. It worked, and it's a massive, massive success. So the language, you think about humanizing a business challenge, some things you could, like volumetrics, that's like the official term. But what it genuinely means is, when you think about that budget, what has it got to do? How many people have I got impact? What do they have to do? So do I need to get 100,000 people to do something? Or do I need to get 1 million people to change their awareness, to do... So think about when... think about it sort of operates in a sort of a funnel. Think about what does that budget need to do for that end goal. So, because sometimes if you can't make that math stack, if like your client will look at you and go, well, that's never going to deliver that because you haven't reached enough people to be able to make that change. If you want to say, I need 100,000 people to do X, therefore I need to reach 100,000 people, that's not going to work because obviously you need way more to change, their awareness, their consideration. Think about that sort of thing. Does that all make sense? Fabulous. Then you need to think about audiences. So it's like, right, okay, I understand the brand. I've done some work on the brand. I understand their challenge. What about their audiences? Who are their audiences? So there's a few ways to think about audiences. But the thing that you need to do is think about the implications of knowing that information. So an insight is very different to a piece of information. So it's like, I got loads and loads of pieces of information, so what? Always think, so what? So why and so what? Think about lots of different things. So the brand that you're going to be working on, what category does it operate in? What does that mean? How do they sit within that category? What cultural impacts could be impacting sort of that category, that brand? Is there anything, this is it the year of? Are they celebrating 100th birthday? Is there something going on in that moment? So culturally, is there something we can surround ourselves by? Obviously, the consumer. What do they look like? Who are they? How do they behave? How do they shop that category? How do they interact? What is their journey? The comms, so what has that brand done historically? How do they show up? What does their website look like? What do think about how they operate in outwardly to audiences. When I talk to people about sort of working on a new brand, I'm like, go and experience it as a consumer. If you're working on Sainsbury's, if you don't go in Sainsbury's and shop Sainsbury's and know the ranges, know how the store's organised, then you genuinely can't sit in front of a client and talk to them about how they should be building their media campaigns, because you need to be able to shop the brand and understand it actually firsthand. Bit harder if you're working on like BMW, but you can look on the website, you understand. And then the brand themselves. And then really, really challenge yourselves to be consciously inclusive. What we found over the years, and it's getting better, but often the tools and systems that we use, like Touchpoints, like TGI and YouGov, sometimes their base of looking at audiences isn't inclusive enough and doesn't stretch into sort of the heart of real Britain. So we need to make sure, we just need to have that, and I sort of call it out deliberately, just say, have I genuinely found the best data set I can to understand all of the potential audiences and how they all think, feel, do, react to advertising? And I guess when you think about audiences, there's sort of two big sort of conflicting schools of thought when it comes to targeting and segmenting. So some people who sort of more subscribe to the Byron Sharp, who's heard of Byron Sharp? Who's read you understand how Byron Sharp thinks. He thinks it's all about reaching as many people as you can, as often as you can. So that puts a very different perspective on sort of how you build your campaign. And for some brands, and that works, and he's proven it. He's literally written the book about it, two books, in fact, about it. So that works, and that works, that's proven to work. But there's also the other school of thought is that actually, can I be more data-driven? If I know a certain piece of data on the audience, and that means I buy a decision in a different way, and I look at channels in a slightly different way, and I buy things in a different way, and I set up my social campaigns to decision against things differently, it reduces, obviously, your overall reach. Unlike Byron says mass, it reduces your reach, but does it mean that you get a better outcome per pound spent? And that's literally what you have to think about. Sort of, how much do I target? And do I need to target for this audience? There's a classic Porsche case study that I learned about at Polytech when I went to Poly. Porsche stopped advertising to its actual end users because it had such a bad reputation, because people were driving around in Porsches and other people on the road were looking and going, what a twat. And so they did this massive piece of research, and they realized that they had to sort of elevate Porsche's credentials, but not from the user perspective, but from everyone else on the road. So they started doing advertising around the quality of the workmanship on like the hand-stitched leather, and they put that advertising into other people, like lorry drivers, or targeting people who would be on the road with the Porsches, and just raised the credibility of a Porsche so that people wouldn't think they would think it was cooler to drive a Porsche again. It's a really interesting case study, very, very different, but think about your audiences and how much and who they are and how you want to segment them. And then it's about, you've got all that knowledge, you know about the brand, you know about the audience, it's like bringing it all together. And this is the bit you will wrangle over, and it'll take some time. You think about your strategy. How do I build a strategy based on everything that I have? And you could sort of define strategy really simply, and it's like a filter. It's founded on the insights. It's the so whats that you found earlier. But it has to provide clear direction and act as that jumping off point for planning and activation. So how does this brand show up? What does it stand for? What does it do? How does it behave in media? So that the dream of having a great strategy is that you have a plan in your hands. You can almost tear off the logo and go, I still know who that plan's for because I can see how they've behaved in media. I can understand. Think about the Apple and Steve Jobs. I can see an Apple plan. I understand why they've done what they've done. Sort of the decisions that have been made to put that plan together make sense for that brand. So that's a real challenge. Like, think about your strategy and your strategy can be a one line, or it could be a mission, or it could be a set of behaviors. But think about how you frame that only that brand would show up in media in that way, because you've based it on all those insights that are absolutely true to that brand. And then, so you've got your strategy, and then it's right, okay, what channels do I use? And this is the tough bit. You're going to have like a probably blank sheet of paper, depending on, as I said, what does the budget cover? So think about that. But one thing that I built to help the teams that I work with is sort of a matrix. I love a 2x2, a matrix that will pull apart what all of the channels are doing for the plan. And if you understand those four things, then you sort of understand their place in the plan and why they're existing. And I've stretched the 2x2 across like broadcast to addressable, reach to relevant. So it's a little bit thinking about the Byron versus like this whole, more data-driven. And I try and start here. I try and start with the targeted and tailored bit, which you think, so it's addressable and it's relevant. So it's hyper-relevant messaging. So you can control the exposure. You know who you're targeting. You are based on actual known data signals across search, social. Think of the client's own kind of assets as well. And you start there because that's actually easier to budget for, because there's a lot of known knowns in that space. I know how many people go to the website. I know how many people search. I know what my volumes look like. And you can sort of build out a plan that is quite kind of controlled. And then you start working your way around. So you could then move into your known audiences, but more reach-based. So obviously a lot of broadcast channels are moving into this space. So you've VOD and social can behave like this, display. So it's reach, but it's efficient reach, so you can start to control. And then you can move into, actually, I need some fame, impact. I need something that extends beyond addressable, and I need to reach as many people as I can. You're thinking in more Byron Sharp here. So fame and impact, maximising those audiences, more linear, out of home, print, radio, those kind of channels. And then there's and this bit is often where the magic happens in terms of a plan. It's where the partnership sits, that it's like a non-traditional, away from sort of traditional spots and space. Contextual delivery, so it's broadcast, but it's totally relevant. So you can build some channels in there that react to a mood, a mindset, a moment, a passion. And they are really relevant because you've honed in on whatever that audience really, really loves, or a mindset, or it's a bank holiday thing. I know it's a New Year's thing, or it's a back to school. That you can hone in on moments that make it really relevant, but you can still be operating broadcast channels. And we heard about this from Dave. You can get all the maths right. We've nailed the maths. We've got brilliant campaign. We've got all the channels lined up. But absolutely challenge yourselves to think creatively, because the opportunities in media to be creative are incredible. And I've just brought 3 examples back from the OMG family. I love this from Age UK, and it is often, there's 2 here from charities, and it's often charities that, because they have to work harder with their smaller budgets, they kind of think beyond what sort of traditional campaigns look like for this sort of thing. So we've got Age UK, and if you reckon, this is like the Big Brother house, but this is the Big Brother house when everyone has gone home, and this is how it feels to be lonely, because you are in the Big Brother house by yourself, and it is incredibly powerful, because anyone who's watched Big Brother knows that hustle bustle, and then suddenly you've got this one guy just sat there, and he's living, that's the life he lives, completely by himself in that house. Really powerful on screen, incredibly difficult to get the shoot right, because they had a very limited time to get him in, do the shoot, get it before the house literally gets taken apart after the end of the series. But only shown across a few spots, but it was so beautifully targeted and like built on a real insight around this is a moment in time. It's that relevance. It's got really nice audience targeting, and it was helping sort of younger people understand like the impact of loneliness. So I think that really worked well. Our friends at Lidl, who saw this? Was going around. This was going around LinkedIn a lot. I'm so proud of the guys over at OMD for this. So you may have. This started with the Berghaus jacket, which someone was like, that looks like it should be a Lidl jacket. That's Lidl colours. So, oh, hang on. There's literally a massive outdoor site in front of it that we can, within 36 hours, we went to the client and we're like, we've got this great idea. You have to do this. Lidl jackets. It's got the price point. Which supermarket doesn't love a price point or a big ad? And then it just got talked about. This was like when you can react to a moment in culture that's just brilliantly aligned to the audience. It's a little bit funny, it's a little bit irreverent, but, you know, the social, earned media payback that it got was huge. And it obviously all over lots of people's socials. And the last sort of big example, I've got a video to show you, again, another charity, because they do work really hard with their budgets. The first two, for example, have massive award-winning work, and British Heart Foundation, this one was as well. This is trying to get that message of understanding how you do CPR, but to a younger audience. I'll play the video. No, I won't play the video.
Literally.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Ozio died!
What?
No!
What the?
Is this real?
What just happened?
I am so confused.
What is this?
Is he still there?
We'll watch this. I'll be back in a sec, guys, right?
I believe the ability to perform CPR is a crucial thing that people should learn.
Just wanted to say, watching your CPR segment during the stream the other day just saved the life of my 2-year-old niece. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Preach.
Is that real? That's insane. To know that what we did, something so simple and so small, had saved a life so quickly, was overwhelming.
Very different KPIs. It said it's absolutely incredible work that from British Heart Foundation. Right, on to, God, change the pace slightly, on to splitting budgets. So, the first thing you can think about, you've done your grid, you go, I know what channels I need, how much do I spend in each of those channels? So, one of the things you can do is top down. There are loads of tools and systems out there. Some of them you might be able to get some help from Thinkbox websites if you're not with anyone in an agency group that has access to stuff like that. There are tools around that can help you kind of make quite sensible decisions about splitting budgets, top down. The other thing is think about bottom up. So think about, I know I've done all this insight work. I know how this audience behaves in this channel. and therefore this has to happen. So if it is an idea which is based on, say, cinema, and you absolutely know you need to be in because you've looked at the slate, there is this one movie, and it is absolutely has to be that. You know, that's a bottom-up type approach. You go, I have to have that movie because it's exactly going to work with my campaign. So there's always kind of these two things to think about, top-down, bottom-up. And then you've got to think about the details. When you're putting your plan together, how does the plan need to be shaped out? So am I teasing? Am I launching big? Am I having a roadblock moment? How does it need to be phased? What time period does this whole thing need to happen over? All of this, you know, it should be in the brief to sort of help you, but think about how you're phasing the campaign. What are those audiences? We talked about sort of getting those insights. And your data story, so where have you got the data from? What data have you got from a client? What data do you need to use? How do you use that? How do you buy against that? What data are you going to use in your activations? Don't put a plan out that doesn't have reach and frequency on it. It will make me really sad. Because if you don't understand that, what you said about volumetrics, how many people I'm reaching with this, you can't even start to think about kind of the impact it will have. And that funnel talks about the awareness, the consideration. Am I going into purchase mode? Okay, I am now in purchase mode. Will I make the choice to buy that brand? So there's people talk about awareness at the top of the funnel, the messy middle, where you sort of you come alive to the opportunity of buying that product, and then literally the purchase journey. So how do I get someone from, I think I want to buy X product to actually completing the sale? So some people, like, you've got to think about that journey from McDonald's could be like 3 minutes. You go, I see a McDonald's, I want a McDonald's, I'm going to buy McDonald's. You know. Or if you're Mercedes, that can take like 10 years, like, you know, that purchase journey. So purchase journeys exist, they're real, they're just complicated, and some take longer than others. So think about what that journey looks like, journey from awareness to purchase for the brand that you're going to get briefed on. And we talked about all those brilliant creative ideas. Challenge yourself to sort of think beyond the traditional uses of media. And we talked about diversity of thought, diversity of audience, acting differently. Ethics, added this one in because, like, sometimes just because you can doesn't mean you should. Like, you know, is this right? And is this how this brand wants to show up? And sort of there is more and more thoughts around ethics and sort of sustainability within that. Like, what is the right thing to do in media? And what is the role for AI? Like, is there a role? Do we ignore the role? What could we use? Like, how is it used? And, you know, obviously, when you're thinking about clients, about their potential kind of warnings about, you know, how they want to behave with AI, so sort of wrapped up in ethics as well. And when you put your plan together, it doesn't always have to live on an Excel. I love this one we did a few years ago for walkers. So to elevate the work beyond a piece of Excel would be good. And not forgetting the measurement of KPIs. So the way that you could think about measuring your campaign, so first you've got media outputs. So they're the media metrics. And then the consumer outtakes. How does the consumer need to feel or think, and how will I measure that? And then the business outcome, short-term, long-term, and think about what the KPI is and how you're going to measure it. So there's a really easy framework to think about. It's like, have I considered how I'm going to make sure that this is a success, or at least have I considered that I can measure this being a success? And one final thought from me. It's the first day. It's great atmosphere in the room, and I'm sure you'll all be brilliant. Remember to work as a team. That's sort of part of the reason you're here, because no one goes away and builds media plans by themselves in the real world. So this is this is a team game. Trust your gut, because sometimes that's absolutely sort of where the best stuff comes from. And don't forget to have fun. We do have a couple of minutes for questions, if you have any. No. Any questions before I go? Oh,
I do have a question.
Oh, God.
Seeing as you've beaten me in about sort of 50 pitches in my lifetime, I would like to know about your biggest fuck-up when you were sort of pitching to a client. Might not have been yours, might have been something you observed in the room.
I will tell you the biggest. So at an agency I was with, we'd worked really hard on the pitch. We're ready, walked into the boardroom, sat down in our office, waiting. It was like, well, that client's pretty late. We didn't realise they were also sat in their own boardroom, 200 miles away, waiting for us. So...
I mean, that's a biggie. That is a biggie. I'll give you that.
We didn't win that one. And sometimes you need to think about the details. Whereabouts we thought we were having that pitch meeting, and weeks of work just, poof, gone. So...
Thank you. Any more questions?
It's lovely to see you all. Good luck.
Right, I appreciate that's a lot of information. It's a lot to take in at sort of 11 o'clock in the morning. Let's just do some of that and we'll be okay, right? But if we can do all of it, then we'll probably win. I mean, we can't all win, but as I said, I'm trying to be positive, which moves us on to our next speaker. Unfortunately, we've had a sort of change to the agenda. Rory Sutherland, he called us yesterday and he's been sort of taken ill, so he's never ever let us down before. The good news is that now the media business course will actually run to time, because we usually we invite him to sort of speak for an hour, and 2 hours later we're still sort of listening to him. But we do have a sort of replacement speaker. I can't believe, my friend Hamid is going to sort of step in. Now, he's clearly not worthy to sort of replace Rory Sutherland, but such is the ego on the man, and this is why Hamid is my best friend. I met him about sort of 20 years ago, and we've had so much fun. But when I tell people he's my best friend, everyone is surprised, because they all say, you know that everyone hates Hamid, right? And I say, yeah, I know. I've got no sort of quality controls. But Hamid started out as a young man. He started out trained to be a psychiatrist. He quit to open a Shoreditch nightclub. He somehow ended up winning Cannes Lion for brands like O2 and Puma, which was my campaign, not Hamid's. He's now MD at Arena. He resurrected an agency brand 6 months ago. He hasn't got an original bone in his body. Now, there's something really interesting. When you look at the sort of launch pictures for Arena Media, I honestly, Google it. Oh, is it? Okay, I'll let him do it, basically. Off duty, he lives for the media business course. He lives for sort of beating me. I live rent-free in this guy's head. He's here today. He has stepped in. He's got a brilliant presentation about sort of lessons in creativity. I'm hugely appreciative for the fact that he was able to sort of step in and short notice and save me as convener, like somehow I needed saving. But ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to sort of stay seated but give him a round of applause anyway for Mr. Hamid Habib.
Hello. Right. I have literally stepped in last minute, so forgive me if this is a little bit rusty, but I will say this. Welcome to the best 3 days of your working lives so far. It is going to be epic, and I know that you're all sat here going, well, I don't know what's going to come up, but I tell you, by the time you leave here, you will be transformed in a good way. You will be transformed and you will go, it has filled you with all kinds of, well, what am I going to do with this? Imagination and inspiration. So Rory, who is, by the way, brilliant, so I'm not filling in for Rory because they are shoes that I could not possibly begin to fill, not just because I'm tiny and I have small feet, but because he is absolutely incredible. But I do have a presentation on what is creativity, because some media owner friends of mine asked me to do it, and it went down well, and I've done it a few times since. Well, what else can I say that Dave didn't do? I love working in media, but more than working in media, I love snowboarding. I think I really do this for 9 months of the year, just so I can go and do that for 3 months of the year. And being inspired about things you love is a big part of finding ways to be creative, and lots of people are going to talk to you about that throughout the next few days. Like Dave said, before I get into it, I do have some credentials in this space. So I've won lots of awards, and that, I think, is why someone asked me to come and talk about what my rules are to help you get there. So I've got a little bit of the science, and then I've got some lessons on how to do that. One of the things that I'm going to talk about is being brave and taking risks and being different and being unreasonable. And so when we relaunched the agency, we rebranded as Arena, we launched with this big line, which we went out and said, we have 0 clients. And this is interesting, because you're going to get a brief later from a client. And obviously, we haven't lost our minds, but we went out into the world and said, we think the relationship between agencies and the brands they work for is different today. You need to be proper partners. You need to get in the trenches. There is so much complexity that goes on in our world that it can't be that transactional client overlord and agency slave relationship anymore. You've got to be in it together. So we went out with this, we have 0 clients, got loads of brilliant feedback, and then Dave goes, here's me. He just went, are you an agency of hobbits? Because I'm obviously not very tall, as you can tell, and somehow in this picture, I just managed to be surrounded by short people. Jen, who is really tall there, really crouched down. So thank you, Dave, for that sea of compliments. I had the one wonderful insult from my media best friend. All right, so what is creativity? This is a definition from me. I don't know if there's an official one out there, but I talk about challenging the status quo. So how can you go out there and think differently to the next person? Because if you do challenge the status quo and you can find a way to be more interesting than the next best thing, then you will deliver a disproportionate share of attention. You'll get more liked, you'll get more shared, you'll get more talked about, and then, as a business, you outgrow the competition. So a little bit of...
Here comes the science bit.
Here comes the science bit. Because it is important, and there have been tons of studies done. The IPA, there's 1 million IPA effectiveness papers. Throughout the work you're doing over the next few days, I would encourage you to go and have a look at that resource as well and download some of the papers to help you for inspiration. But just from a positive mentality point of view, clients who, at the beginning of the year, predict higher growth are 6 times more likely to prioritize creativity and over 4.5 times more likely to have higher spends than last year. So, already it just makes sense for you as the people who will be working on this client to encourage creative behavior. And we are in the media business course, and media is very important. But when you look at the sort of things that you can do in media, recency, reach, targeting, they are a much smaller part of the pie than creativity. And when you see brands that have really doubled down on big ideas that really capture the imagination, they will deliver a disproportionate share of growth. Look at what Compare the Market did to a very, very boring category. They went from a very sort of low 4th, 5th, 6th somewhere to number 1 pretty much overnight because they just injected creativity into the way they think. It impacts the profit ROI of businesses. So those with high creativity, over 6.6 times greater growth versus 1.4 those with low creativity. And if you have none, you can imagine that is flatlining. And again, going back to breaking down all of the different facets, and you can use some of this when you go back and present all the different bits that will help you drive growth for your client's business. Audience targeting, phasing, all the way through to budget shifting across geographies. They can all drive increases in profit ROI, but the second biggest, after brand size, which you can't affect, is creativity. So there's a ton of evidence that says go out there and be more creative. But we've got a problem. This is an analysis of the, I think, the last sort of 10 years of creative papers from Cannes. And what you see for all advertising, and this is System One. Have you heard of System One? They're a company that analyzes creativity, amongst other things, in advertising. And they give creativity a score, 1 to 5, where 5 is the best, 1 is the lowest. We are going backwards. And you go, all right, against all advertising, you could see that. You know, we look at the world out there. There's more platforms, there's more publishers, there's more opportunities for ads. It's hard to maintain that higher standard. But when they look at the award-winning campaigns, the likelihood to positively impact on brand is diminishing as well. So it's not just a general thing that is going on in our industry. The best of our industry is not as creative as it once used to be. So there's a genuine challenge in there, and you are the future of the industry. Like, you've got to look at this stuff and go, how can I do it differently? I now have 10 lessons, which may or may not help you do that, but they are things that I have done in my life. The first one is the best way to predict the future is to invent it. And, you know, you can't do one of these things without having a bit of an Einstein quote in there. But he said, the person who follows the crowd. So this is economic data on 2,400 companies carried out over a 10-year period. And you can see, right, across 5 quintiles, how strong this end is versus how weak that end is. The top 5th companies, on average, are making 1.4 billion a year. The bottom 5th are losing about 670 million a year. The 3/5 in the middle are pretty much stagnant all the time. They might fluctuate up and down a little bit. It is very hard to move. Only 1 in 12 companies moves from here into that top quintile. And they studied what it was that drove those companies that stayed in that top quintile. And they talk about radical transformation. And radical transformation requires creativity. It requires what we often think about as risk-taking. But I keep saying to our clients, you need to transform your mindset around risk. Because if you think every brave decision you make is a risk that might fail, then you are going to fail. Because the reality is, if you are not doing those brave things, if you are not radically transforming, like those companies that are in the top quintile, you are going to fall into that middle 3/5, or even worse, go to the bottom 5th. So, you know, reevaluate what it means to take risks. Don't look at it as a potential failure. Look at the world through the lens of, if you do not radically transform all the time, you are going to fall behind very, very quickly. And the time to do that is at the top of your game. The time to do that is definitely on this course, where you are not actually the client and you can have some fun with some of the risk-taking. So there's 3 things that can drive that. One is your origin. So like, if you're a sandwich shop owner, you're not going to be making 1.4 billion the next year. The second is trends. What are the trends that are going on, the headwinds and tailwinds, and what can you do to capitalize or overcome those in order to get disproportionate growth? And then finally, moves. I mean, this is less for today, but just in the broader context, how can you reallocate resource? Interestingly, when you see the brief later on, how can you move into new sectors, new categories? Okay, lesson 2. Storytelling is everything. Let's talk about you for a moment. Hands up here, who has written a CV? Yes, of course. Who at the top of that CV has something that goes, I'm a great team player, really driven by collaboration and that sort of stuff? Hands up. Yeah, go on. You know you've all got it. This is what I have at the top of my CV. Everything, and this is, someone said this about me, everything that I ever let go of had claw marks in it. That says more about me than any of those lines that go, I'm a team player. Like, you can steal this, stick it all in your CVs. But someone who reads that goes, all right, that's an interesting person. I want to know more. Do you know what? They sound like they're tenacious. They sound like they are going to really go at stuff. So the way you tell stories really makes a difference. This is, it's an old clip, but from two creatives in Australia who wanted to put a value on what creativity means. You get the idea. Anyway, basically, if you buy the bike, you will instantly become a member to every club that was ever invented worldwide because you will be awesome. Pick up from Richmond and Melbourne, throw your hands in the air like you just don't mind. Anyway, they sold it for a profit, but same thing, brilliant storytelling gets you more revenue, drives your ROI up. This is another one, right? The importance of storytelling. Everyone here eat sliced bread every now and again? Yes. Anyone not eat sliced bread every now and again? Basically, fairly ubiquitous thing, but sliced bread has only been around for just under 100 years. This guy here, Otto von Rohwedder, invented sliced bread about 100 years ago. He was a jeweler, really successful jeweler, had 2 shops in America, and it was in the age of inventors, and he had this brilliant idea, I'm going to invent sliced bread. He sold his 2 jewelry shops. He built a machine that would slice bread up, and he took it to the bakers, and the bakers were like, I don't need this. People just slice their bread at home. Why have you brought this completely unnecessary invention to me? He took it to people, and people who just sliced their bread at home went, why have you brought this to me? I don't need it. I just slice my bread at home. And it was an abject failure until 2 years later, a brand called Wonder came along, and they started selling the wonder, Golden came along, selling the wonder of sliced bread. And they started telling stories about how great sliced bread was, hence the expression that we have today. And now we all eat sliced bread. But they put a story behind it. They put creativity behind it. They made it more interesting than just the functional product on its own. Again, interesting for the brief that you're going to get later on today, which flows nicely onto this. So this is probably one of the more controversial ones, but this is me every time I see a budget in a brief that a client gives to me. Still to this day, whether it's a brief or whether it's a pitch brief that I am working on. And because they don't give you enough money. And if they don't give you enough money, you can't definitely don't take pictures of this and tweet it. Tweet ban on this one, by the way. but it's important because you're trying to sell creativity, you're trying to sell imagination, you're trying to take someone on a journey to something more exciting. And if the budget is just not enough, it becomes impossible to do that. And I'll give you some examples of some of these things. So we pitched for Game. I was working with Vicky, actually, many years ago. And I had a slide at the beginning of that pitch that was, your business is not going to exist in 3 years' time. My CEO kept taking that slide out of, every time we're rehearsing, he's taking out, he's like, I'm not going to go in there and tell them their business is not going to exist in 3 years' time. I was like, obviously their business is going to exist because we're going to save their business. He kept taking it out. Anyway, we were getting 2 cabs to the pitch meeting was in their office. And I made sure I got into the other cab that he wasn't in with the pitch computer and I put the slide back in. I'm not recommending this as a course of action generally, but, you know, it says more about me. Anyway, we got there. I could see his face because I was presenting at the beginning. He's like, I'm going to jump over the table and kill you. But I put a bit of jeopardy in there, and I put some jeopardy in there because I said you cannot go out with a regular solution. You can't just go out with a traditional media solution. You're going to have to do something different because you're a traditional shop and everything's gone online, et cetera, but it set me up for some big creative ideas. Luckily, we won the pitch. CEO didn't fire me. Creative agencies are very, very good at this. So do you all remember the McDonald's advert a few years ago with the little kid who's written the big Christmas list and it sort of flies off? I was in the room when Leo's were presenting that, and I was there. The guy's reading it. It's like, you know, 5, 6, 7 minutes of telling this story. I'm wiping the tears from my eyes. It's so good. And then at the end, I'm like, how long is this ad going to be? Because you've basically given me the script for a feature-length movie. The client, the ad agency, everyone in the room is pissing themselves laughing. I'm going, what? Have I said something stupid? And they're like, no, we've only got enough budget to do a 30-second ad. But creative agencies don't care. They will just go and sell that dream. And then the client finds the money to do the 60-second ad. So if they had just gone and pitched something that could fit into that 30-second ad, they would not have got more money. They would not have made a better ad. It would not have been the success that it was. We had James Murphy, who's now the COO of Ogilvy, but he used to be one of the original people who set up Adam and Eve. And when they set that up, they worked out of our office when I was at Zenith. And we asked if we could see one of their pitches before they left. And we were good at the time. Our pitches looked great. Oh, my God. They showed us the pitch for Westfield. It was a really small pitch for them. It was a thing of beauty. I would have wallpapered my house with that if I'd owned a house at the time. But had I owned a house at the time, I would have wallpapered my house with that pitch. And I said to him, this is a tiny, tiny pitch. Like, is this a low-effort pitch for you? And he said this thing that has stuck with me ever since. And he said, whenever we pitch, it does not matter what it is for, whether it's big or small. Whenever we pitch with overwhelming force. And it's that lesson of it, just go in big, go in hard, go in like you mean it. You've got to go in bigger and harder than the next best person, because if they're going in bigger and harder than you, they're going to win the pitch. So I often talk about going beyond the brief. Now, that is where you give yourselves permission. So I will set up at the beginning of any client brief, any pitch meeting, we'd like to think about some stuff that goes beyond what you just asked for. We think we can take this into a bigger space. No one ever turns around and goes, no, I just want a limited small space. So you give yourself permission to do that. Tomorrow, I think it is, you're going to have the great and wonderful Catherine Jacobs, who has helped me elevate this. So I have to give her credit for it. She goes, we don't talk about beyond the brief or talk about stretch budgets. She says, we talk about category-defining solutions. So here's the answer to your brief with your limited amount of shitty money you've given us, but here is a category-defining solution just to give you a bit of inspiration around what you could do. So give yourselves permission to go further. Lesson number 4, humans are not logic machines. And I'll get into this a little bit more, but the example I want to give you is Sega, and I'm going to be talking about that a little bit more. We pitched and won Sega last year, and their brief was on Warhammer. We were there going, oh, this is going to be great. They're going to give us Sonic the Hedgehog, fun, easy. They gave us what? Anyone here play Warhammer? Who will admit that they play Warhammer? Yes, well done, that brave gentleman over there. It is the most complicated thing in the universe. I could probably learn how to speak Klingon fluently before I could probably get under the skin of Warhammer. But they had spent years trying to bring new people into the brand by explaining everything about Warhammer, possibly the most complicated game ever made in the history of the world. We just went to them and said, stop explaining it. Because every time you explain it, you've got two worlds, right? You've got people who love it, and they will buy the game because they are mad into Warhammer. Everyone else who thinks it's the most complicated thing ever, every time you try and explain it to them, just go, oh, like, this is why I don't want to go anywhere near it. We said, don't over-explain it. And we said, the world exists the problems people have exist in two places. There's puzzles and there are mysteries. You ever seen any of this before? So puzzles are challenges that have component parts to them. And if you put those component parts together, the whole thing makes sense. And some are easy. Now, if you have something that's a puzzle, do not give everyone all of the parts of the puzzle, because if someone gives you a finished puzzle, it's very boring. You have to give it to them incomplete, but you know what all the pieces are. Some things are mysteries. They cannot be solved. The complexity of the challenge is too big. And in those worlds, then, as communications experts, you have to think about, how do I guide, how do I inspire, how do I help steer people towards it without trying to explain it? Because if I try and explain it, I will fall down because it is too complicated. And there's science behind it. It's called the Zeigarnik effect. And we like, as humans, incomplete puzzles. So if you give someone the complete puzzle, they're like, this is boring, I don't care. If you give them the incomplete puzzle, a big part of your brain will continue thinking about that, going, how do I solve it? How do I get to the conclusion? Because we do not like unfinished mysteries in our world. So think about that when you're coming to think of ideas. So number 5, creativity is a human skill. This is us. We get into work, 9 o'clock, and suddenly we're like, oh, I'm in the factory, just becoming a logic machine. These are words that no one who has won a Cannes Lion has ever spoken. That was the most efficient Cannes Lion I ever won. The operating model we used to get there was brilliant. It doesn't work like that. And weirdly, we come into work and we become real logic machines. 5 o'clock happens, we're like, woo, we're out, we're normal human beings again. But we evaluate everything through this lens, and we forget about evaluating the stuff that we're doing through that lens. We'll spend loads of time doing really clever partnership, and we put loads of energy and hours into it, and we go, people are going to love it. And then you talk to your mate down the pub, and it sounds crap. So evaluate it through the lens of your friend down the pub or your 5 p.m. more party-inclined fun self. My old creative director, Anne Wixley, that I used to work with, always said, does your idea pass the give a shit ability test? And that is a piece of honesty that you have to ask yourselves when you are looking at the creativity that you are going to be presenting in a few days' time. So forget about what you know, lesson number 6. I used to, before I was media side, I used to work client side. And I used to work at Nickelodeon, and we'd developed this brilliant brand campaign. Are You In? We created an epic ad around it, kids playing in a playground. They jump through this golden door into the world of Nickelodeon, and it finishes with the big Are You In at the end. We were running Are You In as a little interstitial on the channel for a few months after that, and we were testing something else. And we thought we'd just test Are You In, see are the kids getting bored of it yet, or have we got more length to carry on? Oh my God, right? The kids they did not get it. They were going, why do you keep asking us if we're in? Of course we're in, we're watching the telly. And we're like, oh my God, we have missed the point so badly. There was another, you think I'd have learned my lesson, but I didn't. We had, when I was there, it was the height of boy bands, and we created a boy band called the Nickel Down Crew. And they were like little kids that would do little raps, and then we'd have funny videos of them going, yeah, I've just been touring around the world, Paris, Milan, New York, Croydon. We're like adults, ha, ha, ha. We were winning Pro Max awards from other adults giving us, we were going like, John, we need to go speak to Warner's or Universal, get a record contract. Stuck this in front of the kids. Kids were like, I hate it. It's not Nickelodeon at all. It's the worst thing you've ever put on the channel. So the lesson was like, forget what you think you know. You need to go out there and you need to ask real people. You need to get under the skin of the challenges and take it out of your mindset, because you will come with preconceived ideas. Here's a brilliant example of how susceptible we are to the world around us.
Just tell me, what was it like? We
Oh, actually, let me just tell you what's going on. So, Darren Brown, you've all seen Darren Brown. He has got 2 creatives, and he has given them a brief. The brief is, I want you to create an advert for a pet cemetery. He's done one, and he's given them his advert. He's come back a few hours later to see what they have now created. No wizardry, magic stuff going on. They've had his ad all along. Just haven't seen it because it's in an envelope.
Just tell me, what was it like?
We started off thinking about the name. We thought that was probably the best thing to do.
Starting point. Sure.
And then take it from there, really. We banged out a load of ones that were probably completely stupid, and then got down to the ones that were slightly stupid. And then we kind of, that went back and forth for a bit, and then kind of got something we liked and developed it.
Can I have a look?
Sure.
Sure. Is this it?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. it's a bear with a lyre.
So it's Animal Heaven, the best place for dead animals.
And it's obviously, you'd see that it was stuffed.
How did you come up with the name Animal Heaven?
We had the idea of the pearly gates of heaven being a zoo gate.
Zoo gates as the gates of heaven. That's interesting.
i.e. sort of all the animals that are dead are in a dead zoo, if you like, in heaven. And then we just kind of thought, well, it's kind of nice, but it's a bit twee. We wanted to make it a bit funkier. And then we thought a harp-playing bear just answered the brief.
That's fantastic. I do want to show you my own ideas from beforehand.
Okay.
I don't want to touch. Would you open them for me?
Sure.
And the winner is...
I think you'll find this interesting.
Okay.
Look at the envelope.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Okay. All right. Not a million miles away. Let me put this up there. Hang on to that. It's a harp-playing bear.
Yeah.
God.
You've gone for these angel wings here. Were you thinking of angel wings or bird wings?
Yeah, they were kind of a combination.
You do them a lot better than me. This was the same thing. I was thinking angel wings there. You've got animal heaven. I got creature heaven.
Yeah. So
Where the best...
You're a bit off there, then.
A bit off there. Where the best dead animals go. Did you put blessed place for dead animals?
Wow.
Very similar. I had the idea of a zoo gate on there.
It was hard to leave out.
We didn't want to overload it.
It was hard to leave out, but it just wasn't. It was just a bit too much.
Can I see your other, the other one you were talking about?
Put it down. Yeah, it's just before there.
Is it very different?
Well,
it's just the gates.
Yeah.
Oh, gentlemen, please.
We're drawn quite similar.
Look at that. This was the image I was thinking. I've done it there in the background because this to me was the more striking image. And interestingly, you abandoned this for this one. This was obviously clear in your mind.
The first bear I drew looks exactly like that one, actually.
It did, yeah.
The first bear you drew.
Yeah, shall I show you on the notes?
Show me. Show me. What have you got?
Well, this is scary, really. But,
oh, look at that. Yeah. Look at that. You've got the cloud. You've got the blue. If you knew the amount of effort we've gone into making this work, you'd be absolutely flabbergasted. But for now, it's comforting to know that you're just as susceptible to subliminal persuasion as the rest of us. Thank you very much for helping us out. Tony,
Thank you.
Martin.
Pleasure.
Take care. Thank you very much indeed.
I think I'm quite cynical, and when I saw the bear and I saw a cloud, first of all, from behind the paper, I thought, hang on, he's close here, and then when we saw the rest of it, I couldn't believe it.
I immediately thought, oh, I'm gutted. I could see that it was folded, and I just saw the bear's foot hanging over the cloud with the harp.
Yeah.
And I just thought, oh, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
It was gutted.
How embarrassing.
But now I think, oh, fantastic, I'm over the moon.
I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously we're pleased for him,
Yeah, he's...
As long as, if he comes out of this looking good, then that's, that's always the main thing.
To see how we did it, watch their taxi journey again.
I put a spell on you. Cause you're mine. Do, 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 do. stop the things you do. I ain't lying. No, I ain't lying.
So they're two creatives who come up with ideas for a living, and you see how susceptible they are to what goes around them. You need stimulus, right? Creativity just doesn't happen like that. You're about to get a lot of stimulus shortly with Miss Amy Keane, but you need to find ways of creative stimulus that gets you there. Right. Number 7. This kind of flies in the face of what Vicky said, but not really. Measurement is important, but it's less important than you think. You know, Einstein says if I had a problem, I'd spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem, 5 minutes thinking about the solution. I'd go, if I had a challenge, I'd spend 55 minutes thinking about a brilliant idea and 5 minutes thinking about how I could measure it. The reason is you could have the best measurement solution in the world. If you are not measuring something that captures the imagination, then that measurement solution is wasted. You are not going to win this course on the best measurement solution. Have an excellent measurement solution, but you need creativity. Spend the time, invest the energy, invest the effort getting there. Creativity requires audacious goals.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
I'm obsessed with the NASA moon landings. When they went to space, when JFK stood up and said that, NASA barely existed. And he said, we're going to send people, we're going to fly them 250,000 miles in space where there's no magnetic Earth. They didn't even know how to go from one point to another. Computers did not exist in the way they do now. And he set a big, audacious goal, and people rose to the challenge. Back then, you used to show off about how big your computer was. You'd be like, our computer's taking up a whole floor of our building. We need another floor for the cooling system to keep the thing working. And they had to go from a whole floor to 2 shoebox-sized things that weighed 30 kilograms. Guess what the average age in mission control was? 41. No. Nearly. It was 27 years old because, like I say, NASA did not exist. They had to hire people who were coming straight out of university. There was a 27, 28-year-old guy who was at the face of one of those screens, and he was getting the feedback from the computer that was landing, and he was getting an error message because they'd never tested it before. It was overloading, and he had to make a call as to whether to abort the mission or ignore the computer and let it go on. Imagine that age, and he had to make a decision that has turned the history of the human race, and he decided, obviously, to ignore the computer. But set audacious goals. If you don't set audacious goals, you're never going to rise to the challenge. Lesson number 9, second to last one. Be completely unreasonable. This is a quote from George Bernard Shaw that another friend of mine, Richard Shotton, said to me once at work. I have adapted it for the modern age. But the reasonable person adapts themselves to the world. The unreasonable person persists to adapt the world to themselves. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable person. Every now and again, you have to just go, I am not listening, and I am plowing ahead with this course of action because I genuinely believe it to be right, and have the courage of your convictions. Go with that, because when you do, you will make a difference. And again, you guys are here because you are the best of your agencies, the best of the media owners, the best of the platforms. So you've been chosen because people believe in you. So you, if anyone has to, should double down every now and again on being unreasonable. And this is a book that came out a few years ago, but I still love the principle of it. It was about the early days of startups, and you know, we all know the expression ready, aim, fire. They go, no, ready, fire, aim. And the principle behind it is just go out quickly, do things fast, build the plane as you fly it. I think this lesson is more important today than it ever has been. And then final one from me. So We have a Red Bull as a client. We won them at the end of last year, and they do a ton of stuff in helping people with spine injuries. There's lots of organizations that do out that, but Red Bull have set themselves an audacious goal, and they said, we are going to invest in the technology, and they think by the end of this decade, they will be able to cure spinal injuries, which, 5 years ago, no one thought was possible. This lady works with Red Bull. Her name is Claire Danson. She was a triathlete. In a real sliding doors moment, she was about to go off to a competition, got up, went for a run near her house, was going around a corner and just got flattened by a tractor, in a coma for days. Woke up and she was paralyzed. In that moment, when she woke up and she found out what was going on, she said there and then, I'm going to be a triathlete. You'd think the mental strength it takes to do that. But, oh, sorry, I haven't clicked, and you're not looking at the right thing. But she said, she came and did a talk with us, and she said this brilliant thing, which really, is the yin to creativity's yang. She said, do the things that scare you, because when you do them, they will widen your comfort zone. And the wider your comfort zone is, the more comfortable you are taking perceived risks, being braver, being more creative. So thank you very much. So do the things that scare you, be completely unreasonable. Creativity requires audacious goals. Measurement is important, but less important than you think. Forget what you know. Go out there into the world and speak to people. Creativity is a human skill at its heart in a world where I haven't even mentioned those two letters in this whole presentation. We are not logic machines. So think about your 5 o'clock self and the give a shit ability test. Beep, the brief. Storytelling is everything and the best way to predict the future. And if ever there was a crew of people that I have faith in that can do this, is to invent it. Thank you.
Off you fuck. Was that good? Yeah, was it good? It was good, right? I fell asleep after about 5 minutes, so you'll have to forgive me. Moving swiftly on, we've got one presentation before lunch, and it comes from sort of Amy Keane. And there's Hamid's statement about all progress depends on the unreasonable person is the best way I can introduce Amy. I met Amy about 8 years ago. We were both hired by a really weird boss who didn't know what to do with sort of talented strategists. And we sat around just like looking at each other, and only one of us had the gumption to actually sort of do anything about it. Amy went out and she wrote a brilliant book called The Little Girl Who Gave Zero Fucks. I was very fortunate to be invited to the launch of that book, and I heard Amy give a little speech, which was way too modest, and you realize when you listen to Amy speak that you are in the presence of greatness. I thought it 8 years ago, and I still sort of think it to this day. I got to sort of give that book to my daughter a few years later when she turned 13 and she was sort of struggling with sort of friendship issues. What the boys in the room don't understand as much as the girls in the room is that there is nothing more evil than a bunch of sort of 13-year-old girls. And I got to sort of give the gift of sort of zero fucks to my then 13-year-old daughter. And it works brilliantly. Amy is a creative sociologist, she's a strategist, she's a poet. She is a top global voice on LinkedIn. She formed the DICE Charter to champion diversity in events. And about 6 months ago, I sent her one of those all-male panels that I'd seen. And I'd say, look, you need to call this out. And she said, I'm fucking busy. You do it. So I did. So Amy's here to sort of make me a better person, basically. Right, this room is a bit sort of austere. We're a long way from sort of Kansas right now, aren't we? And you don't know the people who you're sort of sat with. So this is going to be really uncomfortable. I know she's going to sort of take us out of our comfort zones. She might not sort of bring us back, but don't worry because we've got lunch at the end of it. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I do actually want you to stand up this time because this one is so much better than Hamid. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Amy Keane.
We're all experiments.
crying. How embarrassed. I'm not crying. As if I'm crying. Right, hello, everyone. All right, Christ. Didn't he just say? Right, how are you doing? Thank you, Hamid, for being my warm-up act. He's done that many times throughout his career. We've worked together twice. And he is just as unreasonable as he comes across. Did you hear that song just now? Do you know what it was? Have you heard it? I have my own theme tune. That's my theme tune. Does anyone here have their own theme tune? A room full of creative people, and you don't even have a sonic ident. In my view, if you don't have your own theme tune as a creative, you're not taking yourself seriously enough. So let that be a lesson. We're going to talk about something very powerful today, and I hope I have brainwashed you by the end of my session. You're weird. Anyone hear that as a kid? Anyone get told that? Put your hand up just so I can have a little bit of interaction. You're weird. I was told that when I was growing up. You're weird. Doesn't always feel that nice, does it? You're weird, you're odd, you're peculiar, you're strange. I don't understand you, and I don't really want to. For so many of us growing up, we were told that weird is bad, and if you are weird, then you are bad. Weird, odd, peculiar, strange. I'm going to provide an alternative view. Hopefully within 1 hour, I'm going to convince you that weirdness is absolutely what the world needs right now. And so I want to start by talking about probably the weirdest thing that we have in our lives. Dreams. I want you to turn to the person next to you. I can feel everyone just going, oh no. I want you to turn to the person next to you, and I want you to tell them about the dream that you had last night. And if you can't remember it, I want you to tell them about a recurring dream that you have often. Now, I have to caveat, I wouldn't normally do this, but you have to talk to each other anyway this week. So consider this an introduction. So turn to the person next to you, talk about the dream you had last night or a recurring dream that you have. Okay, stop. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Right, so you should have heard. That was amazing to hear. So not many people know this, but I'm a dream interpreter. And if anyone's brave enough to put their hands up, okay. I reckon, are you like the main character of this table? Tell me. I know exactly what that means. You're going to get a new job. Anyone else want to share? Anyone else want to share? Anyone else want to share the dream they had? Lovely stuff, yep. I don't even want to repeat it, sorry, I've got goosebumps. She she's in a house she goes to a house at the top of a hill, and it's got this like spiraling staircase going down. Can we talk afterwards? Because I don't really want to say it in front of all these people. So, I'm joking. I'm not really a dream interpreter. I'm not a dream interpreter, so I have no idea what that means. But it's really fascinating. We can work it out together. I'm not a dream interpreter. However, hopefully what that exercise proved to you is that there is nothing more boring than listening to someone tell you their dreams. However, you should have heard yourselves, when we were sharing our dreams, when you were sharing your dreams, everyone got really loud, really animated. There was such joy in your eyes when you were talking about your dreams. Why is that? I'm going to come back to it in a bit. First, I'm going to introduce myself. My name's Amy Keane. I'm the CEO and creative director of a learning and development company called Good Shout. I'm a psychosociologist, I'm a best-selling author, I'm a journalist, loads of other stuff. I'm a B2B creator, which is literally the least cool thing about me. But at Good Shout, we teach people stuff. We teach people how to use their voices, but we do it in really weird ways. So really weird, immersive, story-based ways, because all the data tells us the more immersed you are in learning, the more involved you are in learning, the more it sticks. How immersed were you at school? How much of that stuck? Also, I'm an unlikable woman. Did anyone come to the Unlikable Woman Summit or even hear about it? A month ago, I held a big summit in a church called the Unlikable Woman Summit, which was filled with people, not just women, but it was a love letter to all the women that the world's afraid of, women who are too direct and too ambitious, women who are activists, etc. And it was an entire fest of telling these women that have been accused of being too blunt and too abrasive, that it's actually okay. It's okay to be all of these things. How fascinating that the suffragettes absolutely would have been labelled terrorists. Keir Starmer would have hated the suffragettes, wouldn't he? So I do this too, and I'm an unlikable woman, and I do lots of different stuff because I consider myself a human experiment. At Good Shout, we are founded on the belief that every single one of us should consider ourselves to be a walking, talking, living, breathing human experiment that wants to get better and optimize and improve ourselves over time. The great philosopher Alain de Botton said, anyone who isn't embarrassed of who they were a year ago probably isn't learning enough. I live and die by this. Anyone embarrassed of who they were a year ago? 12 minutes ago. Yeah. It's that, but the irony is, Hamid isn't. Hamid isn't. Anyone else embarrassed by who they were 12 months ago, a year ago? Anyone use Facebook anymore? I mean, I don't, but Facebook memories, sweet Jesus. Who was I? Why was I always sharing those song lyrics? But I think there's good embarrassment and bad embarrassment, actually. Good embarrassment is the lovely stuff, or just the clumsy stuff. Oh, I just tripped over, that's fine, I'm just a little bit embarrassed. Or I tried and it didn't quite go according to plan. Oh, I'm just a little bit embarrassed. Or, oh, I put myself out there and gave it a go. Oh, it's really embarrassing. That's good. There's also bad embarrassment. And instead of defining it, I'm just going to show it to you with this video. Every ad during COVID.
When we first opened our doors.
Since 1926.
Since 1978.
For 60 years. For 75 years.
For over 80 years. In 90 years.
For over 100 years. Nationwide has been on your side.
Restaurants have always been there for you.
Nissan has been with you through thick and thin.
We will do what we've always done.
Take care of people.
We're people.
People.
People. People.
People.
People. Family.
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 Family. Families. Families. Families.
Even now. Especially now. Especially now.
Right now.
Now more than ever.
More than ever.
Today more than ever.
Today more than ever.
In times like this.
At times like these. During these difficult times.
In these troubled times. Unprecedented times.
Unprecedented times.
This unprecedented moment in our history. Even when we're apart. Even if we can't stand closer than 6 feet.
We can all stay connected to work, school, and most importantly, to each other.
There's still ways to touch each other.
All without leaving the comfort and safety of your home.
Without leaving the safety of your home. From home.
Home. Your home.
At home. 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 Home.
Home. That's the key.
We're here.
Here for you.
Here for you.
We're here for you.
We're here for you.
We are here for you.
We're here for you.
We are here for you. We'll be here for you.
Runnings is here for you.
We're still here for you.
We're with you. We're part of your community.
So you can trust us.
You can count on us.
And we'll get through this. Together.
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 Together. Together. Together. Together. Together.
Together.
Together. Together. Together.
Together. Together.
Mastercard.
I had to speed it up. There's so many. Do you remember all that? All of these ads, they were completely the same piano music, the same violin crescendo, now more than ever in these unprecedented times. Everyone just clapping. Do you remember everyone just clapping? Sometimes they bang stuff. Everyone just like doing that. All of us doing that. It was like there was one script and everybody was reading from it. Absolutely baffling. But there's a reason for this, and I'm going to tell you the reason. In those times, and I'm sure you will want to forget them, but it has changed the world forever. In those times, those painful and testing times, we were so obsessed with the idea of the new normal, weren't we? Everyone wanted to know what the new normal was. We wanted a thought leader to tell us what the new normal was, what normal was going to look like, because we missed normal. We desperately wanted normal back, didn't we? Contrary to popular opinion, humans don't fear change. They fear the loss of their safe normality. I'm a psychosociologist, so what am I pointing at? There we go. I'm a psychosociologist, so I care about people's brains within the context of society. I think that's the best way to understand our brains. And I've always been really fascinated with normality and why we really, really love being normal, why we crave it. And the reason's very simple. It's because, essentially, since the dawn of time, we've always associated being normal with being morally good. And this is how phenomena like child labor and slavery were able to thrive despite being abhorrent, is because at the time they were described by enough people as normal. And during times of social and political and moral unrest, human beings tend to go one of two ways. We either revolt, which is really messy and it's a faff, or we become more normal. And there's loads of different really interesting proof points to back this up. I used to work in beauty advertising and I worked in Asia. And when I worked in Asia, I found out the most fascinating thing about Japanese beauty. So during times of economic crisis in Japan, sales of nude and beige lipsticks drastically increase. They massively increase. Have you heard of the hemline index? Where the women's hemlines are directly proportionate to how the stock market's doing. Absolutely fascinating. COVID caused a normality crisis in which we all merged, we converged, we all started sounding the same. We all started making the same ads. And obviously, in this era where every brand is told that it needs to be good and it needs to have purpose, that is why they are all sounding the same. I'm going to give you some more examples. This has been bubbling away for a while, though, if I'm honest. By the way, I worked in advertising for 17 years all over the world. This isn't a new thing in advertising. It has got worse. But do you recognize this format? Feed your happy, zig your zag, find your mojo, do your wow. Have you seen that? Just the standard strapline for so many brands all over the world. There's so many that use this structure that BBH were able to do an audit of all the brands all over the world that were doing this. They found thousands of brands doing find your wow, zig your zag, lose your mojo, eat your hungry. They found so many that they were able to create this formula. You take a verb, you add your, and finish it off with a word that has something to do with what you're selling. Utterly formulaic. But it's not just strap lines. We're seeing this woven into social copy now as well. All of a sudden, we're saying hello to everything. Who's guilty of this? Who's guilty of this? Say hello to Curry. Say hello to Innocent Bubbles. Say hello to Squirrel. It's a finance product. Say hello to Jura. Say hello to One Rebel. Say hello to Ice Shake and Espresso. The year is 2030, and I don't speak to humans anymore. All I do is say hello to inanimate objects that do not say hello back. It's everywhere. Once you see this stuff, you really cannot unsee it. But what's even worse is that we're now, well, not now, we've been doing it for a couple of years, reimagining everything. Who's guilty of this? Whose company's vision is related to reimagining something? We're reimagining everything. Music, reimagined. Glenn Fiddich, reimagining time, which is incredible because quantum physicists have been trying to do this for so long. Glenn Fiddich nailed it with their marketing budget. Coffee reimagined, still looks like coffee, though, if I'm honest. Travel reimagined, but they're using suitcases. Running reimagined, but she's still running. Normally, what we mean when we say reimagined, it hasn't been reimagined because it's still the same. There's just a tiny tweak to it. And of course, everything is elevated. Style, elevated, elevate your lunch, elevate your sandwich, elevate your weekend. Anyone guilty of this? I hope I'm making it, thank you for admitting it. I hope I'm making you feel seen in the worst possible way. Someone's leaving because they're so, which was exactly my intention. And I will never get over how utterly bizarre and creepy it is that a brand I purchased from once sends me an email saying that they miss me. There's nothing creepier than that, but you guys have normalized this. You've normalized it, and it's not okay. But it's not just words. Language is the perfect place where people really start to mimic each other when times get strange. It's also in our behaviors too. So a couple of years ago, of course, everybody was entering the metaverse. Sony was entering the metaverse. Clarks was entering the metaverse. You saw it in all the press releases in the industry, trade press. Everyone was entering the metaverse. Is anyone still in the metaverse now? But also, of course, now, obviously, it's all about AI. I'm mentioning it. Everyone's embracing AI and harnessing the power of AI and using AI to build their brands and reach consumers. Everyone's doing it because if you didn't do it, that would be weird, wouldn't it? To the extent that we're getting completely average ads being made entirely by AI. And that's fine. Obviously, you can do what you want. You can totally do what you want. But it's the narrative that I find really interesting. If you don't use this, and if you don't do this, you're falling behind. Because the tech industry loves to thrive on fear. The tech industry loves us to be terrified of irrelevance. And that's why we buy all this shit. That's why we're doing all this shit. Human beings start wanting to fit in from the age of 3. From the age of 3. That's when we start to become obsessed with belonging. And then that just exacerbates over time. Human beings are what's known as imitative generalists, which means that we mimic each other. We mimic each other's sounds and language and body language in order to survive socially. But it's not just in the basic stuff like how we sound and how we stand. It also affects how we think. So our brains will make a special note when we hold opinions that differ from the social groups, and then we'll optimize those opinions so that we fit in. Human beings will change what they believe is right or wrong in order to survive socially. Can you see that playing out? I mean, it's played out since forever, but can you see that playing out right now? Obviously, the social platforms know this and play with this. We're just getting sent via the algorithms those things that we like and those people and those things that like us. TikTok is imitative generalism on steroids. On steroids. Has anyone noticed the TikTok claw? You know, people talk like this to the camera. Has anyone noticed this? But have you heard of TikTok voice? And I saw you nodding. I want to see if you recognize this. So TikTok voice was a type of speaking that became popularized during COVID, but it's mutated a bit over time, and there's an American version and a British version. But let me show you one example.
Come with me to da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, 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 da-da-da-da.
I find that hilarious because that is how many creators speak. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, come with me, da-da-da-da. And it's just mutating. And this has become, particularly for creators, particularly American creators, the way that they speak. And then this creator absolutely nails it in terms of how we communicate. Let me play you this.
We're literally at a stage where the story doesn't have to be good anymore. It just needs to be formatted right. And this is what I call the virality compression effect. It's where an original idea goes so viral that it literally just becomes compressed and flattened into a template. Really, everyone's doing the same thing, the same edit, the same voice, the same look, the same sentence structure. Like, hello?
Have you noticed that? A story doesn't need to be good anymore. It just has to be in the right template, the right font, the right shape, the right size. Sweeping through social media. And so against the backdrop of a world that feels increasingly scary, doesn't it? Increasingly intimidating, what's emerged is what I call the optimized human. A person who is so immersed in social media, they exist, they optimize their self for likes and validation on a real-time basis. The optimized human optimizes what they say, sharing slight variations of the same message over and over again for fear of either being mocked socially, there's nothing worse, or being completely alienated. The optimized human is an output of the normality crisis, which is why right now originality is at an all-time low. In a landmark study by Dr. Katie Lamb at the University of Toronto, they conducted 7 different experiments that found all that incessant swiping and scrolling of digital media and social media, rather than making us more entertained and making us more enlightened, is making us more bored. It's making us bored en masse. Swipe, swipe, now more than ever, swipe, swipe, TikTok voice, swipe in these unprecedented times. This is the normality crisis playing out less than 10 centimeters in front of our face. And the thing is, it's not just online. The world around us is becoming more boring too. So I thoroughly recommend you read this book. It's incredible. It's called Humanized by Thomas Heatherwick. He's an architect and a designer, but it's the most accessible, brilliantly written book. And he talks about how the world around us is having the soul sucked out of it. Where maybe a century ago, the buildings in our towns were grand and beautiful and made for our pleasure, now they are just shiny, clinical, flat, boring, minimalistic. And what he says in this book, and he has a bunch of proof points, is that this is really bad for our health. So in this study, in this book, he references a neuroscientific study from 2012 where a group of people were given those brain hats, those neuroscientific hats, and they were taken to 2 different parts of New York. One part was chaotic, it was a little bit rough around the edges, it had graffiti, etc. The other part was utterly minimalistic, clinical, boring. And then he measured their brain waves. In the place that was a little bit chaotic and creative, people talked to each other more. They kind of felt okay. In the place where it was clinical and minimalistic and there wasn't very much there, people felt stressed. They felt stressed. Now bear this in mind when you consider your working environment, the office that you work in. Boredom made people stressed. And here's the kicker. Oh my God, everything just falls into place when you see this. A really recent research project found that people are statistically more likely to engage in sadistic behaviors when they are bored. Each other in social media, doesn't it make sense? It's not that we're necessarily bad people, we're just pathologically normal. That's it. Thank you very much. No, I'm joking. What a way to end, though. I do have a solution. I have a solution. I just wanted to whip you up into a state of depression. Who's depressed? Who's depressed? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh no, I can't fix that in 35 minutes. I'm sorry. So I have a solution. Of course I do. The solution is really clear to me. We have to be less normal. And this isn't me being quirky and jazz hands. I promise. I'm not like that. We just need to be less normal on purpose. You know, the word normal wasn't even used to describe human beings until the 1800s. Did you know that? Before that, the word normal was only used in maths. But it was used in 1835. A guy called Adolf Quetelet essentially changed all of our lives forever. Anyone heard of him? He was a Belgian astronomer, and he loved to measure stuff. And he was a very solitary man. One day, he was sitting in his office, and just for shits and gigs, he decided to measure the chest circumferences of Scottish soldiers. And what he did next would literally determine the way that human beings are viewed across the entire planet. He decided to add up all of those measurements and divide them by the total number of soldiers. No one had ever done that before. And in doing so, he created l'homme moyen, the average man, in 1835. His concept really quickly gained traction, so Adolf started doing the average for everything. The average height, the average weight, the average intelligence, the average age to give birth. This dude invented the BMI. He did. He became radicalized by his own concept and started to say at big talks all over the world, the more average you were, the more virtuous you were. Anything that wasn't average, he described as la monstrosité. Guess what that is in English? A monstrosity. And ever since then, in relatively recent history, normal has been used as a stick to beat us with. A century later, in the Cleveland Health Museum, they erected this statue, which they called Norma. Norma was described as the perfect average woman. She was based on the measurements of 15,000 women. She was described as the ideal specimen. She was white, she was slight, she was perfectly average. After this, Norma was used in medicine, she was used in fashion, she was used in a bunch of stuff all over the world ever since. But you know the thing about average? It doesn't exist. Of all of those 15,000 women that were measured to create Norma, not one of them had the same measurements as her. But ever since, this idea of normal, fitting in, being the same, has been our benchmark. You know, in the 1950s, the word weird was banned from American comics. The word weird was banned from American comics because they thought that the conservatives thought at the time that one word had the potential to poison America's youth. This has been the message for so long. Do not be different. Weird is bad. Pursue normal at all costs. But you know the good thing? There's always been rebels. There's always been beautiful weirdos throughout history who have been not normal on purpose because they thought it was absolutely necessary. Who've been not normal because they thought it was important for culture. Our entire history is littered with these people. I'm talking surrealism, Dadaism, Twin Peaks, Lady Gaga's meat dress, fucking Crocs, Josephine Baker, Pamela Anderson not wearing makeup, cronuts. Doesn't matter what it is, but all of these things are intentionally not normal. And it makes life more interesting. One of these people was a guy called Jean Dubuffet. He founded the outsider art movement, the art brut movement in the 1940s. Anyone know of outsider art or love outsider art? He spent his entire career fighting what he described as the toxicity of cultural conditioning. He spent his entire career doing that. And he's responsible for my favorite quote. Supposing there is something like normality, there is only one way to be normal and 1,000,001 ways not to be normal. And it's those 1,000,001 ways that I'm really interested in, because that's where the exciting stuff happens. And that's where we get to weirdism, an entire ideology, the revolutionary act of being not normal. I've trademarked it, all right? So if you use it, I will sue your ass. I will. No, you can use it, it's fine. Weirdism. Weirdism is so fulfilling. I have a hypothesis that the weirder we allow ourselves to be, and it's different for everyone, the happier we will be as a result, the less judgmental we will be of others. It means intentionally being not normal, and it's up to you what you do. It doesn't matter. It could be subtle, it could be creative, it could be extreme, as long as you know you are defying a fabricated norm that probably makes no sense. But it's also facing the consequences of that. If you were intentionally not normal, there's a chance people might cringe at you, or they might mock you, or they might make you feel alienated in some way. Who cares? It's resisting templated behaviors and imitation, which is actually incredibly hard in your jobs when you're so busy. And clients do ask for templates and what their competitors have done. And remember this week, when you're brainstorming, it's embracing things you don't immediately understand, just in case. Just in case. This thinking is really powerful. In the early 1900s, there was this sociologist called George Simmel who talked about this idea of the stranger in society. And it's not dissimilar to what Hamid was saying, actually, in terms of unreasonable behavior. But George Simmel wrote an amazing essay called The Stranger. And he said that every society has strangers. Strangers are people who do participate in society, but they always like to remain on the outskirts. So they don't like to get sucked into that cultural conditioning. They like to watch, they like to understand. They remain on the periphery whilst also taking part and being present. The interesting thing about the stranger is that these people are responsible for every cultural evolution we've ever had. Society needs the strangers. Who here considers themselves to be a stranger? Nice. Oh, two? Let's do it again at the end of the week. For those of you who don't consider yourself to be a stranger, why not? Is that too awkward a question? Yes, it was. Oh, who considers themselves to be a stranger in society? Someone who participates, but they don't get sucked in to the norms. Hey, nice. And also, we need to reclaim the word weird and the concept of weird. Did you know that it used to be a really celebrated, precious word? So it used to be spelled W-Y-R-D. And in the 6th century or thereabouts, it used to mean destiny. It used to mean fate. Viking goddesses would talk about the weird of Viking soldiers. It was a beautiful word that was celebrated. And then, of course, we have Shakespeare's weird sisters who almost entirely by themselves dictated the entire story of the play. And then over time, it became a word that othered. And it was a dirty word or a slur used to describe people who are different. But the fact is, weird people have special brains. And the weirder you are, generally, the more creative you are. So there's a psychologist at Harvard called Shelley Carson, and her job is to study weirdness. It's the best job ever. And she believes that weird people have something called low latent inhibitions, which means you don't really have any filter. It means you're able to make random associations between stimulus. You allow any data into your brain. You're open rather than closed off. Let me give you an example of low latent inhibition. So a person with low latent inhibitions would not only see a yellow desk lamp, they may also think of bananas, SpongeBob SquarePants, or SpongeBob SquarePants eating a banana, or possibly concoct a whole dissertation in their head about whether or not SpongeBob likes to eat bananas or how we could get them down in the ocean. In 2003, Carson discovered through a research project that the most creative amongst us are 7 times more likely to have low latent inhibitions. So the weirder you are, the more creative you are. It's a science fact. These people, the strangers, the weird, they're the ones having really bad ideas because they know that bad ideas are a stepping stone to really good ideas. What percentage of all ideas do you reckon are good ideas? What percentage of all ideas do you reckon are good ideas? 20, someone said? What's that? 35, that's way too high. Way too high. It might be where do you work? Oh, okay, yeah, all right. Probably better than most, to be honest. What percentage do you reckon of all ideas? 2.7. 2.7% of all ideas are good ideas. So that doesn't mean, that shouldn't be disheartening, but what it does tell us is that in order to have good ideas, you have to have a shit ton of ideas, and you have to have the really bad ones and let them fly. Even, for example, the pet rock. In theory, this is the worst idea ever. The worst idea ever. Let's sell people rocks and tell them that they're pets. This dude who created the pet rock is a millionaire. He's a multi-millionaire because sometimes bad ideas can be genius. These people, the strangers, the weird, the different, they're the ones powering through the cringe in this really weird era of nonchalance, in this really weird era of rampant self-awareness, where we feel like we're being judged by everyone all of the time, and to be cringy is for some reason the worst thing you can possibly be. The different, the strangers, the weird are powering through that because good shit comes at the end of it. They're the people shaking shit up in business. So I'm not the first person to talk about this. In 2009, a guy called John O'Hanafin talked about something called the Perceived Weird Index. The PWI refers to that sweet spot where you're able to drive either organizational or industry change. So to get a really good score on the PWI, you need to be so weird that you don't get sucked into the cultural conditioning of your organization or your industry, but you have to be so normal that people trust you. If you can hit that sweet spot, you can do anything. You can change your industry. You can change your world. It's change your world. God, that was cheesy. I don't normally say that. I don't know why I said that. It's never been more important to be different. And you'll probably hear about this, if you haven't already, a bunch of times during this course because it's so fucking critical for advertising. The von Rüstorf effect. Have you heard of that? In 1933, a German pediatrician called Hedwig von Rüstorf came up with something that she called the isolation effect, but it's related to memory. It's related to memory. It is almost impossible for someone to remember something. It's almost impossible for you to be remembered unless there's something different about you. It could be anything. Your hair, your voice, your attitude. It's almost impossible for you to be remembered unless there's something different about you. So this is why we need more weirdism in thinking, weirdism in living, weirdism in doing. And it could be anything. Christ, it's up to you. It could be just eating cake for breakfast. It could be starting a knitting club in your workplace. It could be telling your boss to fuck off. It could be not getting married. It could be marching for Palestine. It's anything as long as it's considered not normal. That can be your weirdism. So let's go back to, when it comes to weirdism in thinking, the dreams. So the reason why everyone's so animated when they're talking about their own dreams is because that's a version of ourselves that surprises us. It's a version of ourselves that does have no filter, turns up in all these weird and wonderful and magical places, does things that we never thought we'd do. That version of ourselves intrigues us. And that's why we talk about it with such animation. Dreams, people think that I'm really woo-woo for talking about dreams. Like, we all have them. You can't not have them. I think whether you remember them or not is a choice, actually. But everybody dreams. It's just a part of the neurological process from day to night. I do believe that dreams are the most untapped creative resource because they're so damn weird. Has anyone had an idea in a dream? ever? Have you? Do you want? Oh, but you just know you have. You put your hand up too. Yeah, but you know you did. You just knew something genius was going on in there, for sure. Which is, it's not as radical as it sounds to describe dreams as an untapped creative space, because in history, dreams were used so much by writers and poets and artists. Actually, a lot of female artists and writers who didn't quite have the autonomy that women do now used their dreams as sources of inspiration because they didn't have a huge amount of inspiration. Sylvia Plath wrote poems in her dreams. And also other cultures worship dreams so much more than we do. Has anyone read this book about the Dream Department Store? It's a South Korean bestseller. I thoroughly, thoroughly recommend it. It's such a gorgeous book. It's a set of 2. But it's really interesting. It's set in a department store where people can buy dreams. And what's even more interesting is that it's not that ridiculous, because in South Korea, you can buy each other's dreams. It's like a ritual, a cultural ritual that's existed for centuries. People buy each other's dreams. So say, for example, I had a dream about having a baby and one of my friends was having problems with fertility. She could buy my dream from me. And that's a process it's just a really meaningful bond between 2 people. But so much interesting stuff happens in dreams. You know, Paul McCartney wrote Yesterday in a dream. Did you know that? He came up with this song and was just convinced that he must have heard it before because it was really strong in his head. Spent about 4 weeks repeating this tune to people and then realized he'd literally written a song in his head. The inventor of the sewing machine dreamed it first. Google's algorithm came to him in a dream. And this is because, it's kind of obvious. Scientists for decades have said that that's when we're at our most creative. You know that moment when you're slipping into sleep. You know, sometimes you might jerk awake, but you slip into sleep and you start thinking the really weird shit, like the really crazy shit. That's called hypnagogia, and that's the moment when your filter shuts down. So that weird social filter that we all have, it shuts down and you can think the really crazy things. That's when you're at your most creative. Now, I'm not recommending that you just go and sleep at work all day, every day. But what I am saying is, think about those situations where we're asked to come up with ideas and we all get in a meeting room and we just bark at each other. That's like the least effective way to come up with ideas. You have to be able to relax. You have to be able to sit and think. I also talked about weirdism living. And the reason why I talk about weirdism living is because for the last 2 years, I've gone on a bit of a weird pilgrimage. So I've gone to a bunch of different countries to experience some festivals and things that the world might think is weird, but the people that do them don't. So some of the things I've done. Tell me if you've done these. Cheese rolling in Stroud. Did you actually see it? You did what? Can you stand up? Can you tell us all about cheese rolling in Stroud, please? Yeah. It's so steep. It's so steep. Did you break anything?
No, somehow not. Although as we arrived, the first person we saw sort of go through the tree line, his knee went the wrong way. I'm like, oh, okay.
But kudos to you, because I'm clapping. Guys, I'm clapping. So the thing is, I went recently, I don't know, I'm guessing you're older than 17 now, but I went recently and it was so busy. Capitalism has got its grubby hands on the festival. It was so busy that I couldn't see a thing. All I could hear as the race was starting was people going, cheese, 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 cheese. And even that was enough for me. That was enough for me. But an absolute, just mayhem. I also went to the International Gurning Festival, which is in a small town up north. Every single year they compete to see who can do the weirdest things with their face. That's me trying. But this guy has come third every single year for the last 10 years. He's never quite won. But that was an amazing, I'll talk to you about my lessons in a second. I also went bog snorkeling. That's not me. That's a person who looked more interesting than me. I went bog snorkeling in Wales. Anyone been bog snorkeling? It's in a teeny tiny town in Wales, and everyone has to dress up as a sea creature, and you have to snorkel and swim in a way that you've never swum before in a bog that's 60 yards backwards and forwards. And what's brilliant about these weird community festivals is that you realize the power of community. You realize how wonderful it is when people come together and experience something that's a little bit unusual. The sheer happiness, the sheer joy that you see at these things, honestly, is unparalleled. For the last 2 years, I've been doing it as research for a book, and really, genuinely, I've just fallen in love with humanity again, because you see This was less happy. So this is the Festival of Near Death in a place that's just on the border of Portugal and Spain. But what's really interesting about this is that in this teeny tiny, very religious town, anyone who nearly died in the 12 months prior but didn't is paraded around in a coffin. And they just kind of go through the town, parading them in a coffin, which actually isn't as dark as it sounds. Because I tell you what was really wonderful about this. I've never been in a place where so many people wanted to live. And that was, and also it was religious, so I wouldn't mock it, but that was the most overwhelming thing about it. Obviously, you have La Tomatina in Spain, where people throw tomatoes at each other. You have the Phallic Festival in Japan, where a massive cock gets paraded around, and that's for fertility purposes too. All of these things seem weird to others, but when you're in it, it's the most amazing thing. And then in terms of doing weirdism, I have a methodology, and how handy is it that it spells wow? How handy is that? I have a methodology that I've used for many, many, many years. Obviously, I worked in advertising for ages. If I don't have much time and I need to come up with a cracking idea, I'll just do these 3 things. I'll think of the worst possible idea I can. Then I'll think of the most obvious idea I can and fuck it up. And then I'll think of the weirdest thing I can, which is essentially the most surreal. And somewhere in there, I'll find something. And I have to create the entire time. I'm constantly having to create experiences for people and write stories for learning. And this really works for me. Let me give you some examples. So in terms of worst, did anyone work on this campaign, Pot Noodle? The worst thing surely they could do is create an ad that's just really gross for a food brand. But let me show you this. Gross. But I think it won awards. It got complained about, which is obviously brilliant because it got it more PR. The worst idea, wonderfully executed. And then the most obvious idea, this is, I always forget, is it Lacoste? Now, the obvious idea when you're promoting a fashion brand, let's get cool people to wear the fashion. Obviously, that's the most obvious. What if you fucked around with it a little bit? Just not normal, so you remember it. You remember it because it's different. And then finally, the weirdest, this was in the Super Bowl one year, and it was the most talked about ad in this year's Super Bowl. If you want to talk about weird, this is the weirdest ad I think I've seen.
Man, I might just chill tonight. Puppy monkey baby. 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 Puppy monkey baby.
Mountain Dew Kickstart. Dew, juice, caffeine.
Anyone remember that? I'm hoping, what's your brief? What's your brief this year? Oh, you don't know yet? I'm hoping that at least one team does a puppy, monkey, baby response. So weirdest, most obvious, worst, all of those things combined normally gets you to a really interesting, not normal space. I've got 10 minutes left. Can I go over? Actually, no, I'm not going to because you're hungry. Are you hungry? Yeah, you're hungry. I'm not going to go over. We're just going to skip this. We're going to say, oh, we're going to skip it? No. Yeah, I'm going to skip it. But by the way, this is what I was going to ask you to do. And I think you could have given the ad industry and a lot of characteristics about it, I think you could have done something really interesting. So using WOW and the WOW methodology to think of an interesting new festival in Adland. Does anyone want to share? No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And I'm also not going to do this next thing either. You know what the problem is? I've ad-libbed loads, so I've lost a good 7 minutes, which I'll never do again. But I also want to, in terms of doing stuff that isn't normal, I think there's an exceptional power. Hamid said, fuck the brief. I think there's an exceptional power in making sure you do things differently when you respond to any creative brief. And I'm going to give you an example that proves my point so brilliantly. And it's a story about a guy called Trevor Beatty. Have you heard of Trevor Beatty? Advertising legend. He created and ran the agency BMB for many years, sold it for like $1 trillion. He was responsible for so many iconic ad campaigns in the 90s. And he's a friend of mine, humble brag, name drop, but he told me a really fascinating story about when he worked on PlayStation. In 1994, was anyone alive in 1994 here? Just a few of us. Anyway, so in 1994, this was the launch of PlayStation. The launch of PlayStation. It was fucking huge. It was huge. And in those days, any new console, it made the news. It was everywhere, like a real cultural moment. And the Sony client went to Trevor and said, right, launch it. Launch this amazing new console. And the only parameters in the brief, or the only KPIs were, we just need you to sell it out. Because in those days, when a console or something sold out in a matter of days, it hit the headlines all over the world. It was such big news. So they said, do something that's so outstanding, it sells out in a day. So he got his 2 best creatives in, and he said, right, God, dream brief. You've got 3 days. Go nuts. And they were like, okay, this is so exciting. They went to their war room. And after 3 days, Trevor came to see them, and he went into the war room, and the room was gross. It stunk. There was pizza littered all over the floor. The bags under their eyes were down to here. Their hair was obviously in disarray. They hadn't slept. They looked completely frazzled. And Trevor was like, what you got? And they sort of looked at him with a combination of just fear and shame. And they said, we've got a poem. Trevor lost his shit. He was like, what the fuck have you done? We've got a meeting with the client this afternoon. They're going to kill me. We're going to lose this business. This is my career. This is my entire reputation. Do you know what you've done? And then he read the poem. And that 10-line poem, verbatim, was used in this ad.
For years I've lived a double life. In the day I do my job, I ride the bus, roll up my sleeves with the hoi polloi. But at night, I live a life of exhilaration.
Of missed heartbeats and adrenaline.
And, if the truth be known,
a life of dubious virtue. I won't deny I've been engaged in violence, even indulged in it.
I've assailed adversaries, and not merely in self-defense.
I've exhibited disregard for life,
limb,
and property.
Savoured every moment.
You may not think it to look at me,
But I have commanded armies
and conquered worlds.
And though in achieving these things,
I've set morality aside,
I have no regrets.
For though I've led a double life, at least I can say
I've lived.
It's the most awarded piece of creative that year. Probably one of the most perfect ads of all time, I would imagine. Anyone get goosebumps? Also, 1994, what was so powerful about this, they weren't being diverse. It was just diverse. It was just inclusive. When was the last time you wrote a poem in response to a brief? When was the last time you even tried to do something a little... I am spitting so much, can you see? When was the last time you even tried to respond to a brief in a way that didn't seem normal? That's how you can get to really incredible thinking if you allow yourself and if you allow each other. And also, your brain will thank you if you embrace this idea of weirdism. Sociologists have been telling us for decades that not being normal is so incredible from mental health. Autonomy is just a basic need. We feel more powerful when we have freedom. Mild nonconformity, a little bit of bravery every day increases and boosts our confidence. Everyday creativity builds resilience. And then this line is one of the best lines in sociology: mundane deviance. Those tiny acts of everyday rebellion are incredible for sparking pleasure, giving us energy. And it could be anything, even stuff like doodling. How often do you, if you doodle, if you're a doodler and you doodle in meetings, know that you're doing something really good. Because scientists and psychologists have found that you can come up with more interesting and different ideas when you doodle throughout meetings. My recommendation, whenever you encounter a norm, and it can be a norm that's been established on a pitch, or a norm at work, or a norm in your everyday life, always question it. Always think, why does this exist? And who does it benefit? Genuinely. This is a really brilliant book from, a quote from a book called Am I Normal by Sarah Cheney, and it talks about different types of normality in life. We don't slag off normality enough, and we really, really should. Because otherwise, we're sleepwalking into this.
Oh, saw your boy in the fire hat just now. So cute.
Yeah, he's really something.
Did you watch this when it first came out? Do you know what year it was from? 2016. It was from 2016. At the time, it seemed a lot less normal than it is now. This is the optimized human. Problem is, we always discover these things way too late, way too late. But what did seem 10 years ago incredibly dystopian and utterly ridiculous has become our normality, and we've sleepwalked into this, which is why it's so utterly urgent and essential that we embrace weirdism and not being normal. Now, there's an entire cliche about embracing failure, fail fast, all that shit. I think that's really unrealistic, and many of us haven't had the luxury of being able to fail. I know that I haven't been able to fail in my career. No one's ever let me fail. I think this is a cliche, completely unrealistic for so many of us. Don't embrace failure. That's bollocks. Also, you don't have to be radically anything. That's another cliche that's doing the rounds at the moment. Radical self-acceptance, radical candor, radical transparency. You don't have to be radical anything. You really don't. Instead, I think we should just embrace embarrassment. Because it might make us happier, it might make us more creative. There's another brilliant book called Cringeworthy, which is about the power of awkward moments, written by a woman called Melissa Dahl. And I absolutely love this quote. Little humiliations can bring people together if we let them. The ridiculous in me honors the ridiculous in you. So, shall we? Shall we do the weirdism thing and everyone allow themselves to be the weird that they naturally are, and maybe my weird, peculiar, hilarious, chaotic little goblins? And that is what we need now more than ever. Thank you. Hey, got my theme tune again. Oh my God.
Oh my God, how good is Amy Keane, everybody? I told you. She is so much better than Hamid. It's lunchtime. In 2.5 hours, we've heard from Vicky Fox, heard from Hamid, heard from Amy Keane, all brilliant speakers. Hopefully, we've got you energized, lifted you out of your comfort zone. Lunch is now served in the garden room, which is the big room. As you sort of walk through reception, you just sort of passed it on your right. So as we're going out, it's sort of on our left as we head towards the entrance to the hotel. Please be back here at sort of 2 p.m. We've seen some brilliant speakers by association. Because I'm the convener, that makes me the coolest person in the room, even though I appreciate they're all better than me. That's it. That is half a day of the media business course. Got a lot of work coming our way this afternoon, but it's going to be epic. I will see you all at 2 p.m.
Throwing shots at me like it's Patron, and I'm just
Ooh.
like, damn. It's 7 a.m.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you, honestly, thank you for all coming back. You wouldn't believe how many people we lost last year on day one. About half the room. Look, you'd be delighted to know that we've got 3 sort of a lot shorter sessions. They sort of really speed up, but they're vital in understanding what's going to happen over the next sort of 2.5 days. Absolutely vital. So without further ado, honestly, the shortest MD in sort of agency leadership. Please welcome back to the stage Mr. Hamid Habib.
We could have been anything that we wanted to be, and it's not too late to change. I'd be delighted to give it some thought. Maybe you'll agree that we really aren't 2, 3, 4. We could have been anything
That we wanted to be.
Yes, that
Decision is ours. There's a reason why I play that song when I come on stage, and I'll tell you that at the very end. Thank you for having me back. It's really hotting up in here. We're getting to crunch time now. Like Dave says, these are faster presentations, but they're important to give you an idea of what is going to be happening over the next few days. So this is your guide to not surviving, winning the media business course. What is it going to take? 3 chapters, so I'll introduce the tutors, then through the medium of gifts, tell you what you are about to undergo over the next few days, and then what you need to properly defeat everyone around you, because you think you are in a competitive zone here today. I'm telling you now, the competition is really between the tutors, and I say this through gritted teeth. Dave obviously never wins, so bad luck, whoever has him. Sarah won last time, but you'll see us on the last day. We'll all be sitting at the back cheering our teams on because you think it's about you, but it's about us. But no, you have, apart from Dave, obviously, 3 of the most talented people in the agency, including myself, in that collective, with a ton of experience, who have worked client-side, a blend of client, media agency, media owner, really, really top strategists, storytellers, creatives. Our role is very much to help guide you, though. So we won't be telling you what to do or say, but we'll be coming into rooms and mostly just helping you see the, what's the expression? The wood for the trees? See the wood for the trees? What is the expression? Someone? See the wood for the trees, because you'll have a ton of stuff going on. We'll go, look, if you take that bit and that bit, that suddenly comes together and tells a great story. So, a timeline of what to expect over the next few days. You arrive this morning and you're like, yeah, come on, we're raring to go. You're going to spend a little bit more time in your rooms when we get out of here, and you're like, oh, God, there's going to be the super keno. You're like, okay, each team will have a psychopath in there as well. Good luck. And then you're like, oh, my God, are they going to do anything? But it is a team sport. So find out what everyone's superpowers are, get used to your energies, and work out how you can come together as a team. Good news, 5 p.m. Wednesday, we are going to be watching the football. The timing's been brilliant because we had the England men's game last year. Tomorrow we have the England's women's game. Please don't be this person on screen here, but we will be having a little bit of hopefully celebrating as we watch the match. Then you'll be back in your rooms, you'll be working, and there will be a team here going, we have nailed it. This is it. We are there. We do not have to do any more work. You will almost certainly be the team that loses because you are overconfident far too early. Because 11 p.m., one of the tutors will be coming into one of your rooms going, it was perfect an hour ago. What have you done as the place is on fire? and everything has gone horribly wrong. Then, on Thursday, there will be a syndicate team who is finally prepped, and Nick Hurrell will be talking to you tomorrow about the importance of rehearse. And then there will be one that's having panic attacks because they have forgotten to put the measurement section in or something, and they're frantically trying to do that at the last minute. Then we have your presentations, and after your presentations, you will be racing to the bar. There will be the biggest release of energy you have felt in your entire human lives thus far. And then the party, gala dinner, we'll be letting our hair down. The tutors and the judges start to become the embarrassing dad dancing in the corner moment. The boys and the girls will be on the dance floor. And then we just say, please don't be this person or this person. As they say at the back of all the alcohol ads, drink responsibly. And then Friday morning, it is vital for look around. All of your teams will need to be in this room because you will not know which teams have gone through to the final. You will be told that on Friday morning. And if your team is not here because they have been one of those people I just showed, you will be disqualified and you will be very angry with the people in your team who have let you down. So make sure you're all in touch with each other. Get together. There will be are we doing 3 or 4? 4. There will be 4 sort of winners, because if you're on stage, you are the best of the best. However, there will only be one real winner, because only one person can take the trophy, and then there will be one team who go, our idea was like that, but better, but we forgot measurement, because everyone leaves it to the last possible minute. So don't be that team. So that's what to expect through the medium of gifts. But what do you need to do to actually win the competition? So this is going to be some of the stuff that you've heard already, just summarized, and you'll hear more of it as the days go on. But you will need a process. Broadly, the process always has 5 stages to it. The challenge, right? Where are you going? The insight that is going to be the springboard to a brilliant strategy that is going to get you to great ideas that you are going to measure to prove the effectiveness of what you have done. And you'll get this deck, by the way. So, take pictures if you want me in there. But you will have this all in your rooms to work to. Spend some time when you are working on the challenge to ask what they are genuinely trying to get to the bottom of on the brief. Because even when you talk about a challenge, there are 3 aspects to it. There's the business challenge, which is the hard and fast numbers. There's the human challenge, which is from a real simple English, emotive point of view. What are we trying to do? And then the communication challenge. And from the communication challenge, which is the core of your jobs, what is the barrier that you're trying to overcome? And earlier, Vicky talked to you about the Sainsbury's example. It's a brilliant example of taking something that feels really complex, a huge number, and making it very simple. Just £1 extra for every shopper that visits will deliver that result. Super simple human challenge. I showed you the game example where I went in and said, your business is not going to exist in 3 years, because you can have the terrifying example, something that makes them sit up and lean in, go, okay, all right, we're going to have to do something different. Or this example here, which actually conveniently goes back to the thing that I was talking about earlier. Sega came to us and said, we want to sell 1.3 million units. We said to them, and our gentleman over there who plays Warhammer will know that it's the most complicated game in the world. And we said, look, you can sell your 1.3 million units to your really hyper-enfranchised fans and your Warhammer gamers, and do you know what? They love it, and they're going to rush in, they're going to buy it. But you are leaving a huge audience on the table. These people are not into you because every time you try and explain what the game is all about, you make them believe that it's overly complicated, and it reinforces their views that they don't want to get into it. So your business challenge might be sell 1.3 million games. The human challenge is that you're only talking to these hyper-enfranchised, hardcore fans who properly get it. The communications challenge was if you stop over-explaining, you could quadruple your sales potential. And that was our opening, really sort of simplified business opportunity that we brought them. So, you know, you can put something in there that makes them go, I am leaning in now because you were going to make me a hero back at my headquarters. So, we've got a well-articulated business challenge. Then we get into the insight stage. There are a load of tools that can help you do that. I imagine most of you are familiar with a SWOT analysis. What are the strengths and weaknesses of the business? And then externally, going on in the world, what are the opportunities and threats that that business faces? I always think of this for anyone who's a Harry Potter fan. Anyone Harry Potter film watchers, book readers? Hands up. Okay, good. So you know his pensieve when he takes the thoughts out of his head and puts them in the bowl so he can see them. I think of a SWOT analysis like the pensieve. Get your team to do it collectively, and very quickly you will have a big collective view of what is going on in the world. Another really handy tool is pathways analysis. So understanding from awareness through to attraction, through to purchase intent, consideration, so on, what are the steps that people are going through between finding out about the product all the way through to buying it and using it, creating advocacy around it. Where are the blockages, or where are the opportunities, or where are your competitors really strong? Or where is somebody doing something really interesting? And if you can understand that, you can start to go, oh, there's a gap here that I can jump into, or there's a problem here that I really need to fix. You can even simplify that as well. A really easy version is when people are just living their lives and they see this thing, what are they thinking? When they are looking, what is the journey they go on and what are they comparing? And when they're buying, what is that process like? And what are the opportunities that, for us to get in there and really make a difference? So all of that helps you understand what you are trying to do. When it comes to insights, they sit in multiple buckets, and there's no right or wrong way of doing that. We categorize them under these brand, business, category, consumer, and so on. But it doesn't really matter. As long as this gives you a stepping stone into where you're going, brilliant. Just use it as a guide. As a few examples here, this is a brilliant campaign that Pinterest did. They realized that 84% of people who go onto Pinterest, create their boards, are really inspired, but do not go on to do anything about that. And what's really important when you're looking at insights is, don't just stop at that fact. What you want to ask yourself is, why does that fact exist? And then you move into a bit more of your own personal interpretation. But if you can get to the why does that fact exist, then you can really start to get springboard into storytelling, into big ideas, into creativity. So they said there's a voice in your head that makes you doubt yourself. And then the implication of that, because once you understand the why, is what can we do to overcome that? And let's go out with a campaign that encourages people to bring possibilities to life. And What If was the headline of their campaign. And loads of brilliant creative and content around encouraging people to do something different, be a little bit braver. Theme of today. A cultural insight was from Sport England. So 2 million fewer women participate in sport than men. And then you start going, okay, that's the fact. What's the why around that? Because there are concerns about being judged. The implication, if we can make women feel more empowered, then they will participate. Really simple journey from fact to the why to the implication. And then This Girl Can was the campaign. Really, really successful. This one, new campaign, won Cannes just recently. Have you seen the Heineken Netflix work? Oh, God, you're going to like this. All right, so this is from Brazil. What Heineken realized was more and more young people were having watch parties together when they are streaming Netflix, but in different locations. What those people found irritating was when someone was hitting the pause button because the other people in the other houses had to just sit around and wait for the person who had made them hit the pause to come back. It is dead time that they did not want to fill. The implication was if we can flip that annoyance into entertainment, then we can use it as a springboard to sell product. So they did this. Oh, have we got sound?
E aí, esse é o streaming bar da Heineken. Aqui é um paraíso igual Valhalla, tirando aquela parte chata de ter que morrer pra entrar, né? Seja bem-vindo. Ah, pera, já sei. Você tava vendo Stranger Things, né?
So you get the idea, you know, whether it's Vikings or Stranger Things, the way that Bar came to life was contextual to that program. They created loads of different variants that you can interact with, came up with a QR code, and working with a partner like Amazon, you could have Heineken beer delivered to your house within 8 minutes at its fastest. So brilliant idea that goes all the way through to great media and e-commerce implication. So, all right, we have articulated our challenge. We have got some compelling insights. Now we want to get to a strategy. Strategy links, it's the bridge between the insights and the ideas. And the way that I often start with this is with a long paragraph of what I intend to do, and then I shorten it and shorten it and shorten it until it's something that is in really simple, plain English, something that is very motivating, and something that's directional. It's hard, right? And you are under pressure and you're working at pace. It's very difficult to get it right first time, which is why don't be afraid to start with that paragraph of intent and then cut it and cut it and cut it. But if you can't get to that kind of compelling, single directional line, then you've probably got too many components going in and you need to go back and strip some stuff out. And that is the art of strategy. You know, we often talk about, you know, cutting off fingers and killing babies, because that's what it feels like when you're taking the bits out to get to that really sort of pithy solution. I've got a couple of examples here. This is one from Telstra, an Australian telco. So, you know, in a world where we are just overwhelmed with technology and everyone's talking about AI and everything's becoming dehumanized, they wanted to bring some humanity back into their brand. So rather than going out into the world and saying, we've got the biggest, strongest network, best tech, etc., they went, we want to find compelling ways of telling human stories that allows people to understand what makes our brand special. They created 26 different films where they went into the most random parts of Australia and used real voices from real people in those to bring to life why their network was so powerful. Yeah.
Flinders Island.
Meekatharra, Busselton Jetty,
Tambo.
Rocky Cape, Naracoorte,
Rocket Hill.
Oberon, Deniliquin,
Mount Buller.
Fingers better all the way out here on a better mobile network.
What interested me in the whole campaign was the idea of these little come-to-life postcards from places around the country representing underrepresented people. These tiny little micro-narratives done in such a striking way. And then you sort of throw it all away with a silly little joke. And I think there's something really lovable about that.
Are we cooking right now? Like the way food cooks? Is what I mean? Are we cooking?
A lot of the people were actually from where they're meant to be from. Casting with real people, what you get is tons of character.
I hope they shoot me out of the cannon. I want to be shot out of the cannon.
This is a huge campaign.
So you get the idea, but really sort of simple insight that led to a really compelling strategy that they properly brought to life. And you can imagine all the little spin-off bits of content and the real people stories that sat behind that. Another really good example is Collusion, that was the Gen Z brand that ASOS launched. There was a moment in time where they went, we've properly nailed it with millennials. They love us. And there's a new generation coming through who are not so into us. They went and brought about 20 Gen Zers in. And, you know, like earlier on, I was talking about the importance of going out into the world, and you don't know what you don't know. You need to go and speak to people, and you need to do proper insight work. They brought a bunch of about 20 Gen Zers in and started asking them, and they started going, your advertising is not representative. You always, whenever you have black people on there, they always look really serious. You always represent Asian people in a really quirky way. And they were just listening to that going, oh, well, like, we are so far off the mark. We've sort of lost our way and just got stuck in our old generation. So they started working with these younger, more dynamic people to help them create new campaigns. And what they actually did for the launch of Collusion, which the strategy was to create a fusion brand for the coming age, they gave a whole load of them who were turning 18 clothes and cameras and said, go out there and just photograph your journey on your birthday. And they used those real imagery. And ASOS, who are probably one of the best companies when it comes to supply chain, they're so well organized that they ran out of stock, sold out, which has never happened to them before or since. So compelling insight, compelling strategy, really simple, easy to understand one-liner. Now we're at ideas, and we've talked a lot about creativity here. Split into teams, right? One of the worst things that you could do when you are trying to have ideas is all be in one room together and too many voices. Break into smaller teams, get out of your room of doom. By this point, it will probably be a little bit smelly, and you will have been in there for a long time. You need, like those creatives that I showed earlier, fresh stimulus, you need new surroundings, and so get out and then use the strategy that you have to make a creative question. And a creative question needs to be a very simple, I'll show you an example, how can ... so that ... And it's not how can we sell more cars so we hit the client's business target. It's think about these things, like who are you talking to? And not just, don't go an 1844 male, female, urban. Go deep into the type of consumer. Have a bullseye in your mind. You know, when do you want to speak to them? Are there particular media channels you want to double down on? Are there moments in time that you want to be famous for? Is there a feeling or an action or something that you want them to take? If you can get specific on that, and then you can create a question. So in this example, how can Specsavers use out of home? Because they were very specific about the channel they want to go into to get the nation laughing. So that you're bringing elements of humor into that and sharing that notion of I should have gone to Specsavers. And we have all seen the brilliant creative that they have done that flows very simply out of a very singular, well-constructed, but easy to understand question. If there are too many components in your question, you probably need to go back and strip some stuff out. So the simpler it is, the easier it will be to answer. But that question should be the bridge between your strategy and your ideas. There are some nice techniques in there, and Amy talked about a few of these things as well. So, you know, revolution. What are the category norms? Like, what is everyone else in the category doing, and how can you go and do something wildly different to that? Or you could go related worlds. What are brands that have faced similar challenges to you, and how can you either do what they have done better or do something wildly different to that so you get more noticed? And finally, one that we've probably done in our heads loads of times, you go, if we were bought by, insert name of celebrity, could be real, could be from a TV show, film, whatever, what would they do? And it just opens up your world to sort of fresh stimulus, fresh thinking, and gives you a little bit of a bridge to getting to ideas. When you have come up with your wonderful ideas, take a moment to pause. Because you have to go back and go, did that idea deliver against the strategy and the insights and the challenge that I have laid out? And I can tell you, and Dave will say the same thing, as will your other tutors, there have been a million examples of brilliant ideas that do not flow through. If you have got the best idea ever and you're like, oh, this is it. This is the winning idea. But everything leading up to it doesn't flow. Just go back and change the stuff leading up to it. Right? Everything needs to be in sync with each other. Now, we don't recommend that. Ideally, you'd be going step by step by step by step. But it's real life, and you're in a real life pitch situation. So that happens. So, again, work with your tutors, but you need the connectivity. Because if you don't have the connectivity, you're not going to win on the day. And finally, effectiveness. Vicky showed you some stuff, and you'll have Vicky's presentation, so there are templated ways to bring it to life. Remember the media plan, right? Show the judges a media plan. Quite often, the teams will leave that too late because you've been noodling around with your insults, noodling around with your strategy and so on. And then last minute, you're like, shit, we got to get the media plan together. I mean, it happens in real life, doesn't it? Do it early, get it ready. It might change, but have it there so you can show them. Tell the judges what you're going to measure and be very specific about it. And if you can find new and different ways of measuring success that they may be less aware of, you are going to score extra points in there. And show the judges how you are going to measure it as well. Again, you're in a sort of slight false situation, so feel free to use your imagination here and go a little bit more wild. So they are the sort of, challenge, insight, strategy, ideas, and effectiveness, the 5 steps that you need to follow. When we get into our rooms a little bit later on, the first thing that you need to do is choose a syndicate leader, because you'll need somebody to whip you into shape. Sometimes teams go, we'll have 2, but we're getting into like the apprentice-like zone here. The leader, ideally, needs to have a good CV. So strong experience, they need to have a good end-to-end planning process, because that's going to be the thing that you need to follow in order to go from receiving a brief shortly to getting to an answer. And they need to be up for it. So, have a think now. If you are that person, get ready to put your hand up shortly. Start by writing out a timeline of where you need to be. So broadly, by the end of today, you've broken down the challenge, you've started strong on the insight work. You might have some great ideas bubbling away as well. Just keep capturing them as you're going through. Wednesday, finish the insight work. You need to have then a clearly articulated strategy. Brilliant idea, bit of football, back into your rooms. And then Thursday, you're going to be finishing the deck, all the plans, effectiveness stuff, finessing and culling, and then rehearsing and presenting. And I will tell you now, a well-rehearsed presentation that's 80% there is going to be way, way, way better than a presentation that's 100% perfect and unrehearsed. The rehearsal is super, super, super important. A few top tips. Have an idea clear out at the start, because you're going to go in there inspired and you'll have thoughts. Those ideas might be right, they might be wrong, but get them down on paper, capture them, stick them up, so you can go back to them when you come to brainstorming. Split into teams when you're doing your tasks. Go and ask everyone what their superpowers are, who are brilliant at insights, who are better at creativity. You might want to branch out and do something different. This is an opportunity to do that. Master the art of culling. The hardest thing about pitching, and this is the bit that comes with experience, it's the stuff that you leave on the cutting room floor, because the more stuff that you take out, the tighter your story becomes. The tighter your story is, the more memorable it is. And that is what will enable you to win, because when the judges walk away and they'll have seen a few presentations, they'll go, oh no, that one, like end to end, I can tell you what all the high points were along the story. And then finally, I've said it a few times, rehearse, rehearse, rehearse. So important. I'm going to leave you with this one slide, which is like your NBC checklist. Don't worry about that. It will be in your deck. But there's just a whole load of things that you need to tick off to make sure the judges see those, because they'll probably ask you questions around some of these. I'm so excited for you, because this is the moment where like you're in your teams going, I don't know what to expect. And I tell you, by Thursday, after you have presented, you will all be walking down to the room going, yes? They are 20 minutes. Suzanne? Yes. I said that with some degree of confidence. Yes, 20 minutes, and then there's 10 minutes Q&A. You will all, I'm telling you this, right? You will be in your rooms, and you're like, okay, today. When you walk down out of your rooms after you finished your presentations, you will be going, we have won this. We know it. We absolutely nailed it. I'll tell you, 10 teams, all thinking, going down to dinner, we have nailed this. So I cannot wait to see that moment. Good luck. It is genuinely, 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 I know I said it before, the most fun days of your working career, and you will feel that transformation in your bones. Go.
Cheers. Just to reiterate, right, the role of actually, Sarah, do you want to stand up? I promise, Emma's not here yet, but that's Sarah, that's one of the other tutors. She's better than us, obviously. It's not our presentation to write, it's your presentation to write. We will just sort of cajole. We're there to make sure that everyone has a sort of fantastic learning experience. If there's quiet members of the team, we'll sort of get them involved, that sort of thing. And make sure that. And by the way, if you say something and we grimace and we go, then change it. Right. This is we're on to. I'm going to introduce you to three people. This pains me, this bit, because we got Louis Hawking and Nastia and Jake Moore, three members of the winning syndicate from last year. They were obviously on Sarah's team, not on my team. I want to say they were brilliant, but I can't really remember. So there's something forgettable about them, but I'm sure, look, they won last year. Please give them a big round of applause. They're going to give you some tips.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us back. It's nice to be significantly less hungover than I was last time I did this. Not quite as bad as Jake, but we'll get on to that.
There is evidence.
So we're going to present to you how we won the NBC. Obviously, it was our experience. You guys are going to have a different brief and everything, but we're going to take you through the highs, the lows, what we struggled with. So firstly, to introduce our team. So hopefully you've already met your team, and you can see that you've all come from different areas of media. You've all got different strengths to bring to the table. So firstly, myself, I'm Louis. I work for Sky Media, more specifically in commercial partnerships for Sky Sports.
Yeah, and I'm Nastia. I work at Spotify.
And I'm Jake. I'm an account manager at Havas Media as well. So we'll quickly run you through our brief and how we went about it. So we were briefed on Ben's Originals. If you don't know it, it's Uncle Ben's, but it's been rebranded. So it's pretty fresh to us as well. And we wanted to make Uncle Ben's or Ben's Originals more appealing to under 35. So we had to make it the brand of choice. We had to deliver a full media campaign for it. And it only had a budget of 500K. And this was also to kick off in Q1. So we're just going to walk you through how we approached the brief, and then in the latter stages of the deck, we'll talk you through what we did and how we got there. Much like Hamid says, there is a really great start. You get into your teams, you really try and build a structure. You don't want to work late, do everything nice and easy. We went to Tesco's to go and see what it looked like in stores, who their competitors were. And we also sat down and did the whole, mental dump, post-it notes, tried to build a real nice wall. Like you see in other offices when they're doing pitches, it all looks very fancy. I think that lasted about 30 minutes, and then we really messed it up. Sarah left us, and it just went awfully. We got way too into the details. We got stuck on really random questions around the brief. And as you can see from Nastia, I think this was taken at about 1 a.m. on the first day, where some of us really didn't want to be there.
Yep, love that photo of me. On to day 2. So our day 2 started with the presentations in the morning. We listened to all the speakers and then went back to our room and started brainstorming. And then we got stuck on one idea for about 4 hours, and it completely derailed us. You'll actually see a lot of WhatsApp messages here. We actually had to go back to our conversations to kind of remember the timeline of all the events. But Louis put a random slide, something that he worked on at 2 a.m. the night before, into our shared deck, and someone noticed it, saying, "Hey, what's this?" And it was this, going from Ben's original to the original. And this completely sent us. It divided the team. Some of us thought it was the greatest thing ever and was like as good as Nike's Just Do It. The rest of us thought it was like the dumbest thing ever, too much on the nose. And yeah, for the next 4 hours, we kind of were going back and forth. Couldn't figure out how to tie it to our strategy. Some of us just really liked how it looked. And yeah, it was a tough one until Sarah, our lovely tutor, came into the room and kind of helped put us on the right path and let go of this idea and helped us think of, the big picture and the actual strategy that we want to go for. So shout out to Sarah, you really saved us. But yeah, that wasn't till later on in the evening. So up until around midnight, someone texted, "Hey, do you want to come show us what you've got?" We were working pretty much till 2, 3 in the morning that day, but I would also like to shout out that at 8 in the morning the next day, Emma from our team was already texting us saying, "Hey, what's the plan for today?" So we really committed to this new idea. And our day 3 was, again, the presentations in the morning that we listened to, and then we really had to kind of scramble and try to finish the rest of the deck and everything that we'd put together. So we did divide into teams. So those of us who worked on the presentation were finishing the slides. I was literally exporting them up until the last second. Those who were presenting went into a different room and started rehearsing and memorizing the scripts. And then we had the rest of the team that were working on all of the measurement slides and the media plans and all of the numbers. And somehow we managed to pull it through. We presented to the judges and came out of the room, I think, thinking we did okay, not necessarily thinking we won, but we still had reasons to celebrate. So the next part of the day was getting on it, as Louis says there.
Yeah, just to be clear, the it I'm referring to is the dance floor rather than anything else, just so you guys know.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Yeah. And get on it we did, as proved by this message from Jake at 3:49 in the morning saying, "Is anyone having a party?" So yeah, we work hard, but we also played hard.
There was a photo that we've just been shown by Phoebe that we weren't allowed to include in this deck, which is, I think, a few of us and Hamid on the beach at 4 a.m. having a little swim just before the final day. We'll send it around.
So after Jake's 4 a.m. party, this is how we found him the following day. I think he actually slept there all night. But somehow then rallied, and there you see some photos of myself and Jake on the stage, this very stage here, presented to the room, because obviously we'd previously found out that we were one of the 3 syndicates to go through to the final presentation. We sat through the first 2, we watched them, and they were absolutely brilliant. And we all sat around on the table saying, you know what, they're brilliant, I don't think we can beat them, but let's go give it our best. And we did, and here is the winning photo, and I'll just show you some of the reactions from the team of us here. So that's me, ecstatic with the win. Nastia just looks incredibly shocked that we've managed to beat the other 2 teams, and Jake looks like he's fallen asleep. So that was the various reactions to us winning, but it was genuinely a fantastic moment, and we were actually in shock because the other 2 teams were also fantastic.
I really don't think my reputation is going to last this day, but it's fine. So look, despite all the fun that we had and all the late nights, we clearly did a half-decent job with putting the deck together, although not very memorable, according to the hosts. So we're going to walk you through how we kind of got there. It looks a bit weird that we've got 4 slides that are completely different, don't match the rest of the deck, and look really horrible. This was because when we thought about our audience and the kind of challenge and the big insight, we were talking to under 35s in Q1, especially in the early days of January. You've got Blue Monday. It's a really horrible time for a lot of us. We're back in the office. Some of us are trying to do stupid New Year's resolutions, be healthy, be boring, and a lot of us have no money. So one of the key insights that we really thought was, how can we kind of take people away from this? How can we really break the boring? So it's quite cringe to think about it now, but we had someone on stage with us who kind of walked through these first four slides and really delivered it monotone, horrible, and you could just see everyone's face go, what have they done? How has this team beaten us? Is she high? Like, what has happened? But then she really stood up and really delivered and kind of cemented what our strategy was, which was break the boring. And as we mentioned, we kind of went around the block on this a lot. As we said, we had this whole Be Original thing. Again, still cringe to see that on a slide. Sorry, Louis. But we really tapped into kind of what our audience was about. And a really key thing is a lot of under 35s were in the room when we were doing this was that they're really not having the best time. They're really thinking about being somewhere else. They're kind of planning what they can get into and really tap into this moment of kind of like holidayzing, a very media term, but it really kind of cemented what we were talking about. So we then kind of went through this and thought about what they were doing when it comes to their purchase behavior as well, and there was some really great insight around the audience makes a lot of really boring and last-minute decisions at the point of purchase, and that there are kind of these real key moments when people are really detached from what's going on around them and really bored. They're commuting on the tube, they're standing waiting for the bus in the rain, or they're just trying to get through their daily lives. So this kind of all culminated into this idea of how can we kind of break the boring and get into that kind of holidayzing moment. And it seems weird to then kind of jump into talking about a rice brand after that insight, but Ben's Original has this really great range of flavors, you know, with Thai sweet chili and katsu curry that can really kind of take you away and be part of that holidayzing escape that we talk about. So we split this then into the kind of two key pillars of the brief, which was focused on that escapism and then also getting people to take the plunge at that point of purchase as well.
Yeah, and then after all the insights, we kind of gave everyone a bit of a breather and had a kind of an audience interaction moment where we asked everyone in the audience to close their eyes and imagine their dream holiday, and then asked people to kind of shout out their dream destinations. And then Emma, one of our other team members, showed a personal video of her recent trip to Japan for her honeymoon and all of the lovely food that she had to eat there. And this was all kind of to drive that idea of connection between travel and food, and how food is such a big motivator for traveling, which led us to our big idea, which we then introduced. It was a partnership with Kayak, which is another brand that's also really big on holidays, and conveniently also has the same orange branding, so we thought it was a really good synergy there, where the whole idea was around how Ben's is able to transport you to all these different places and cultures through all of these delicious flavors of rice that they offer, and how amazing would it be for Ben's to actually give a few lucky people an opportunity to make that holiday dream a reality. And as part of our partnership with Kayak, we would have a giveaway competition sort of thing where you buy your Ben's Original rice, and inside of every packet of rice there would be a code that you could put into the website and get an instant win if you are a winner. Instant, like our rice, was a phrase that we said. And some of the prizes were that you could win a 10% discount on Kayak, return flights to Mexico, or a full trip abroad brought to you by Ben's. As part of our introduction and announcement of this partnership, we were suggesting to have a experiential pop-up that would literally bring a little bit of holiday to you, that we would place in key cities where these young professionals, our target audience, live and where they commute, and really literally transport their boring everyday moments into a little bit of a holiday through all of the different senses. So you can get to feel the sand, hear the music, and of course, eat Ben's. And I just wanted to put it on a separate slide to showcase our nice mock-ups, and you guys are really lucky that generative AI is probably a lot more accessible now. It wasn't last year, so a lot of our mock-ups, we were actually slapping on logos in PowerPoint and in Photoshop. Yeah, really proud of this.
So I'm just going to walk you through our channel activation, what we decided to do, which was great for me because obviously, as I mentioned, I work in TV, and when we had the brief, it was you've got £1 million, £500,000 is going to TV, but ignore that, and that's the TV part, no more TV. So I thought, right, brilliant. The only thing I know has now been taken off the table. So we decided to go through a few different avenues, which was radio, social, out of home, and audio as well, really tapping into the senses that we mentioned previously. So obviously your brief is going to be completely different, but obviously, yeah, this is the route we decided to go down. So we started off by, thinking when are people at their most bored, but also thinking about their meal, which is on the commute home. So we decided to use the radio show, Will Manning's radio show on Capital, which is 5 to 6 p.m. as people are on their way home, thinking about what they want to eat next. You can call in, and then there's a potential chance to win with Kayak and Benz. Then we had the social side of things, which was using things like Snapchat filters to make it look like you're appearing in other places in the world, where in the world you want to go to, which was emphasized with our out of home, which on the next slide there's some sort of bigger mock-ups of what we did there, which was geolocated. So we'd run polls on social media, and then it would be located to someone like Manchester. It would say, Manchester, your chosen destination is the Caribbean. Pop into your local Sainsbury's, which is 100 yards away. Get your Uncle Ben's original rice, and get a chance of winning a holiday with Kayak. And then that was emphasized further through the Out of Home campaign on things like tubes, gamification, again, when people are sat on the tube or the train and they're really bored, fun crosswords with scannable QR codes that take you to competitions which you can then win. And then finally, obviously we've got our Spotify expert, so we had to include that in the plan, which was the audio side of things. And obviously, as we mentioned before, sometimes you listen to certain music and it takes you back to a certain holiday or a certain place in the world, and that's what we really wanted to tap into. Using Spotify playlists such as Sounds of Spain that you can use whilst you're cooking your paella in the kitchen or whatever it may be, and really tapping into those 5 senses. So here you can see, again, this was none of my work. It was the brilliant creative team. And obviously, there's no AI involved. This was all done manually by the team, up until 3 a.m., which is just absolutely brilliant to create some of this content. But yeah, some of the stuff there we had, as I mentioned, Spotify playlists, out-of-home activations, being geolocated and things like that. And that was our sort of, overarching activation of how we were going to bring our idea to life. Oh, yes, and what not to forget, which I almost just forgot then, which is the measurement and media plan slides, which obviously are not very glamorous. Of course they're not, but they are essential to the plan, and make sure you include them. Obviously, they are at the end of the deck, that's fine, but make sure they're included. Make sure you talk through them, give the detail, because when you're presenting in the room on the Thursday, they will pick it apart and ask lots of questions. And obviously, if you don't know the answer, you're going to look a bit silly. So make sure you include the media plan and measurement at the back. But yeah, that was our deck, and we'll just take you through a few top tips from us.
Great, thanks. So the first top tips, again, very big media phrase here, so please don't cringe too much. But really, Hamid kind of touched on it, but it's don't get really lost in the weeds of the detail. Try and really stay quite big and beautiful. The big idea is what's going to really get the deck going, but then make sure that you're kind of bringing that throughout the whole strategy. So go crazy with it. This is the one opportunity where you can kind of sit in a room, present an idea, and no one's really going to laugh at you. Maybe, don't know. But yeah, try and really stay big and beautiful with that idea and make sure that you're having fun with it, and it really creates a kind of fun atmosphere for the room and for the presentation as well.
Cool. Our next tip is all around following that red thread, so making sure your big idea really feeds into the rest of your slides. We actually didn't have this red line. You may have noticed it on all the previous slides. We didn't actually have that in our deck. I just wanted to literally show how everything was really interconnected, and we made sure to mention our key kind of tagline of break the boring, stop holidayzing throughout the presentation, and all of our channels really worked in unison together, and I think for me personally, that was one of the biggest learnings from the course. Obviously, coming from Spotify, I think the whole budget should go to Spotify, but it was actually so interesting to learn about other channels and see how we can, work together as opposed to against each other. So yeah, definitely make sure you have that flow throughout the entire presentation.
And then next is playing to everyone's strengths. So obviously, the 3 of us are up here on stage today, but obviously we had the rest of our team who formed up the wonderful Syndicate Number 6. So make sure when you get in the room, obviously, as Hamid mentioned, you can elect the team leader, which in our case was Jake, and then play to everyone's strengths. So obviously, I immediately realized that all the avenues we were going down, I didn't know anything about, but I did think, what, I can present, and therefore I'm going to put my hand up straight away and say I want to present on the Thursday, and if we get through on the final day as well, which is why I'm in the presenting part of the lovely Venn diagram. And then we obviously have the creative team who put all those brilliant things together, which Nasty was part of, which was just, brilliant, and they just went away. And again, as Hamid said, splitting up into groups is super important, otherwise you're just wasting time. I was sitting there learning how radio works, how out-of-home works, learning my script, whilst everyone else was away, putting things together. And obviously rehearse is important, but we actually only really had one full rehearsal with everything together. We rehearsed plenty of times through the deck, but we were presenting sort of blank slides because obviously the creative guys were away putting everything together. So just because, you're not completely ready on Thursday afternoon doesn't mean you can't rehearse before that. Everyone can rehearse their bit and then tie it all in together ahead of actually presenting to the rest of the team, and just use everyone's strengths. People are going to have different strengths. Some people are going to be quiet, sat in the corner, not saying much, but make sure they feel heard, which Jake was fantastic at as our team leader, making sure that everyone was heard and everyone had a voice. And people know certain things about certain areas and other people don't. But yeah, our team was perfectly balanced, obviously, to win the media business course.
Wasn't the feedback you gave when we did it, but yeah, all right. Yeah, the most important thing as well is that look, there are 4 mentors between 10 teams, so their time is going to be stretched. Everyone's going to be just as needy as each other. But one of the things that we kind of maybe necessarily didn't get very well, as you can see from the very desperate messages we've got here, at a range of times. I think there was one session where Sarah left one of our syndicate rooms at 1 a.m., which I'm sure she really enjoyed. But it's really try and use your mentor's time wisely. Try and come to them with a kind of concrete idea that you can bounce off them and try to use them so that you can get your strategy in line rather than getting them in the room for, say, ideation or trying to get validation on something else. So try and use that time really wisely. Come to them with something solid. If it's not good, then they will say it's not good and you can go back to it. But it's trying to get that time in with them really nicely structured, which doesn't always happen. Again, it will get a bit crazy, but try and use their time really wisely is a really good point.
Yeah, another point from me is don't panic. You don't need to have it all sorted out on day one. You can and probably will look like me on your first day. We didn't have our final idea sorted out till really the night before all of the presentations, and I think it's okay. Yeah, don't panic. No matter what happens, you'll definitely get to your final answer.
And then finally, obviously, very cringy and cheesy, but have fun. Genuinely, as everyone said, it is a really fun few days. It's intense, but you learn a hell of a lot. It's really good fun. Obviously, when we came through the doors today, we were like, I almost want to do it all again. It was great fun. And as Hamid said, when you get to Thursday night and you get to just relax and have that gala dinner, you're almost praying that you're not in the final in the morning. Otherwise, you're up here doing what we're doing now, but at 9 a.m. after having no sleep. But it is genuinely brilliant, the whole course. We absolutely loved it. And we've actually finished 5 minutes early. This wasn't planned, but if there are any questions, feel free to shout them out now because we've got 5 to 10 minutes. But if not, then that's all good. Do they need a mic or do you want to just... Oh, there we go.
Oh, we've actually got a question.
Yeah, we didn't have time for this.
Yeah, I mean, we started off all around the same table, and we were just trying to do it. And obviously, the part of our losing our minds point that we shared earlier was because we hadn't really split up into groups. You also don't learn straight away who's good at what. Some people don't want to shout about what they're good at. They sort of keep it hidden away. And there were some people in the creative team who suddenly, whacked out these mock-ups after, not sharing with us that they had these skills to do it. So I think day one, we stayed very much together. And then day two, we started to split out into different groups. And again, depending on the brief and how you want to do it, will obviously feed into that. As I said, part of my splitting out into a team was just me taking, the individual people and learning about their channels. So when I presented it, I wasn't just learning a script. I knew what I was talking about. So, it's not a case of you get back in there this afternoon and obviously everyone splits off, but it is important to split out into, whether it's half and half or, into teams of 3 or in some cases just a few teams of 2. It's really important to do that. But as I said, we were obviously different to other teams, I'm sure. As I said, we had that initial panic. But yeah, it's important to do that on day 2, but obviously keep coming back together. Don't spend 5 hours separately because you come back together and the idea is completely moved on from what you originally thought it was when you left the room.
I think one of the things that maybe we did quite well was we used the mentors' time for the people that were presenting. So we actually, rather than leaving Sarah in a room to talk about the slides, the presenters went away and did their rehearsals with Sarah, which actually, when we look at the first presentation we did to the last one, it was a lot better. So that's, again, maybe a way that you could use your mentor's time quite wisely.
In terms of when you're then answering questions after, is it the whole collective team that goes... There we go.
In terms of when you were then answering the questions after, you spoke about the fact that you were trying to find out everyone else's kind of roles and understand exactly what all the other channels do. Is that because you guys were the only ones answering it, or does the whole team come up and say the very full Q&A?
No, so there's two different presentations, or in our case there was, obviously for the teams there will be. The Thursday afternoon presentation, you're in your syndicate room, unless it's changed, obviously Suzanne, tell me if it's different, but that's how it was. You're in your syndicate room, you're presented to the judges, and at the end they'll ask questions, and obviously the people presenting are not the only ones in the room, so everyone can answer questions. Obviously, it tends to be directed at the people in the room, and again, we had a question which was quite detailed around pricing of the media plan, and Jake just sort of went, and then just pointed at James, who was our numbers guy, who then answered perfectly. So
I didn't say it was very professional.
There was no hesitation.
No hesitation.
I just read James, numbers man.
But of course, obviously, some people feel comfortable presenting, some don't, but everyone was in the room for that. And then on the final day when we were up here presenting, there was no questions afterwards. It was just a presentation, and that was it.
Yeah, but I think it'll be nice to establish, like, if everyone in the room will be comfortable answering the question if it comes up, and it's good to know who worked on what in case, a certain question comes up, you guys can immediately say, like, okay, this person will take that question. Yeah.
Oh. Hi. When you came to choose your leader, were there other people who wanted to do it as well? And if so, how did you?
Is that me? No, I'm a bit of a keen bean, so when I saw Hamid slide, I was like, yeah, go on, I'll do it. I regretted it quite quickly. But no, I think it's just about, again, who's got the capabilities. There's a lot of people, when we did it and we looked at the kind of guest list, there weren't a lot of people that are media agencies. There's a lot of people that are naturally media owners or other things that didn't necessarily work on multiple medias at once. If there is someone who wants to be captain and does work at a media agency, probably they lean a little bit more towards maybe being good at it, but anyone that wants to do it should really try and do it. It's just, again, if you think you want to be that person that sometimes has to say the awkward thing or make sure voices are being included, you've just got to stand up for it.
Yeah, in all honesty, we got in the room and Jake said, I'd like to put myself forward for team leader, and it just sort of gave us his quick pitch as to why he thought it'd be good. And to be honest, we were all sold instantly, and therefore, we didn't want to spend too much time people battling it out. Obviously, there are going to be cases where 2 or 3 people want it, and you just have to decide between you. But yeah, Jake put himself forward, and that was it. And obviously, it was great that we had that. Otherwise, you sit around and no one wants to do it, and you've got to just decide someone who doesn't want to do it. So yeah, definitely, if you think you've got the skills to do it, put your hand up. Maybe time for one more if there is one. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, say again?
The most difficult part.
The most difficult part.
Everything.
It was all, to be honest, as I said, it was genuinely so chaotic, and probably shouldn't say this because it was obviously meant to be all well rehearsed and everything. It was so chaotic, as I said, we only presented the finalized deck through once before the judges then came in. We were constantly panicking, and therefore it was tough having that, but then it did all just come together so seamlessly. Generally the hardest part was just sort of the panic that we constantly felt, and therefore that's why we were so desperate for Sarah to come in as much as she could to sort of steady the ship slightly and calm things down a bit. But yeah, once we had our idea, everything came quite easily. It just took quite a lot of time to get together, and that's where it's obviously super important to split out into groups and make use of the time. So I'd say, from my point of view, that was probably the hardest bit, was the fact that we basically panicked and therefore gave ourselves such little time. Don't know if you guys think differently, but that was
I think bang on. Yeah.
And I guess from my side also, being someone who was doing the deck, it was really hard to kind of, there was so much more that I wanted to do, and I just didn't know when to stop, and I kept thinking of last-minute tweaks and changes that obviously we don't have enough time to do it the perfect presentation. Just do as much as you can, and you'll probably get it to as good of a place as you can get it to. Yeah, I love how our tip was don't panic, and we were panicking the whole time, but we were, and that's okay. Yeah.
There we go.
Right. Thank you.
There's one more. There's one more. Go ahead.
One more, which might be helpful to other people. Anecdotally, I've heard that with the budget, don't get too bogged down on it. So was the idea actually within the budget, or was it a stretch? I know someone said don't stretch the budget, but I'm going to just now. Was it within the budget, or was it like a think bigger and you could do this?
The brief last year was a bit of a smaller budget. I think it was only 500 grand, and I think the one before that had a bit of a healthier budget size. So it was quite tight. Again, when you do partnerships, I don't know if anyone's done partnerships in real life, but you can just fudge the numbers. So there was definitely some logic behind it. Our idea at the Kayak was going to pay for everything because, you know, it's Ben's original. Why wouldn't they? No, that we did put some logic behind it on the numbers side. There was, as we said, James was a bit of a numbers man, and he'd worked on different campaigns before. But I think, it's make the idea work. I think if you've got a really big idea and strategy, there's a way that you can work it out. From the budget side, I wouldn't stress too much about that. Just make sure that, you know, when you put it on a slide, 1 + 1 = 2. If it equals 4, then maybe don't do that.
Yeah. Nice, thank you.
Boo. I don't know about you. All I heard was, oh, Sarah, isn't Sarah wonderful? Oh, fuck. Right. Oh, God, we got to the exciting bit. Actually, two things. That team leader thing, the team leader doesn't have to sort of present. The team leader has to get the team in a position to win the media business course. So that's very important. I would also sort of say, on behalf of Suzanne and Sharon, is that as the sort of years have gone on, we don't really sort of encourage late nights. You can do it. You're perfectly welcome to do it. All the sort of AI tools at our disposal, we'd be churlish not to sort of use them and sort of share and things like that. Particularly generative AI. I know all the agency sort of planning teams have got sort of tools which they can sort of lean on. I think it makes sense to sort of share them and sort of, you know, cross-fertilize so we all leave with an understanding of what's out there in the market. That makes perfect sense. Let's use them. Please, on that note, we're about to introduce Client Brief. Please do not put any client data into an open AI tool or a language learning model. That is very, very important. Without further ado, I would like to reveal what brief we're going to work on. Then I can introduce the client to you. But can I get a drum roll first, please? This year's brief for the Media Business Course 2025 is so much better than last year's. I would like to introduce you to all to Lisa Boyle from giffgaff, everybody.
There we go. I have to say that was a little bit of a trigger for me because I was also here last year and that bright orange Ben's original still haunts me. So, Lisa from giffgaff, just so I can get a feel for the room, who is aware of giffgaff? Hands in the air, big hands. Oh, lovely, amazing. And who here is on giffgaff? I hope your team wins. So the tutors made a joke that it's not about you, it's about them. Really, it's about me and the brief. So I'm joking. You're going to have a wonderful time with this. So, yes, I was here last year. Big trigger warning. Not trigger warning. A big, it's like deja vu. I'm getting all my words mixed up. It's a bit baffling. Syndicate 8 was my group, and Hamid was my tutor. So Team Hamid, Dave sucks. But Sarah is the best. So before we get actually into what the brief is, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a history lesson on who giffgaff were. So we've been around just over 15 years, and we came about to do mobile better. It was an industry back then where prices weren't transparent. You were being locked into contracts. You were treated like shit overall. And it came about through wanting mutual fairness. It was very much built with members. In fact, there was a member community before there was even a mobile network. And that's sort of stuck with us even through to today, really. And we did it so bloody well over the years that we just spawned copycats. So you may have noticed that Voxy and Smarty's branding was very similar to giffgaff's a few years ago, so we had to evolve that a little bit. There's a lot of similar language coming through from Smarty. And also, I'm sorry, but when is Voxy the network that puts you in charge? So we are very much being looked up to, as it were, and aspired. But we didn't just stay as we were, we've kept evolving. So we now do contracts. We've had them for 2 years, something that people don't quite know yet, because we are still very much known as the pay-as-you-go or SIM-only network. But again, they're very great value. You can actually change your plan each month, depending on your needs. There's no mid-contract price rises. What many people don't know is we also have one of the best ranges of phones on the market, both new and refurbished. So it's actually quite a wide offering that we have. And we have also grown up as a business. So even though everything we do is still with our members in mind, we have evolved from the formerly very famous slogan of giffgaff, the mobile network run by you, to more giffgaff, we're up to good. Now, that's not really an externally facing language. That's just more how we operate as a business, and that's backed up by our becoming a B Corp 3 years ago, and we've just submitted for our recertification. So putting people and planet in the response to your brief is just as important as how you're going to hit the targets on the profit as well. And all of this is backed up by an exciting creative platform that launched last year about, are you on giffgaff or something? Which isn't about being on drugs or being drunk. There's some do's and don'ts guidance in the appendix, but it's all about the euphoria you feel from being on giffgaff and having great deals, great access. You feel that much better, and you're in a whole other world. The advert is in the appendices as well, if anyone's not seen it, so you can get a sense of what that is like. But now it's time to do broadband better. People are fed up. They are being oversold. They're being charged too much. The prices are going up mid-contract. They're not getting the speeds they need. So as we evolve our brand and becoming a mainstream connectivity provider, it's all about how we're going to launch broadband. So finally, she's rambled on and on. She's going to tell us the brief. Yay! So I loved that talk this morning. I walked in just as she was presenting that, and it made me laugh. So I'm just kidding. That's not your brief. So your brief. You're going to launch broadband for giffgaff. Now, giffgaff launching broadband isn't a secret. That's been in the press since April. People know it's coming. But what they don't know is the details. So I'm going to flick back and forth. Huge caveat. Everything in this brief, in terms of the prices we're charging, the speed of the broadband, the cities it's available in, some of the product proof points, they're largely pulled out of my arse. Because we don't quite know what it's going to look like yet, nor can we risk any leaks, but they're still within the realms of possible, so please do not take any of this stuff in the brief outside of the MBC. It's just as much of a headache for us if the press are running fake info as if they're running new and real info. So, the brief, back to the brief. We're launching in regional markets, so we need a creative idea that can stretch from the smallest town, like the even apartment building on a road, all the way up to the big city, to a whole region, and then nationally. We're going to go through that timeline over time in the next few slides as well. So, broadband, just to sort of reiterate, I don't think anyone in this room could do their job, live their life without broadband. It's basically an essential need to live our lives, unless you had an unlimited data plan, which giffgaff also offer, by the way. So it's very, very important to the people buying it. So they're not going to buy it willy-nilly. They want to know it's right for them because they truly need it. So the positioning that backs up the product that we're building is that we're rewriting the rules of broadband, both what the product is, how it works, how we market it, with your help. And by your, I mean the members that will join us. So it's very much going back to that mobile network run by you ethos. So how that's looked to date, because it's so exciting to be able to stand on stage and talk about broadband, because we've been working on it for like 3 or 4 years. And it's like, yes, I can talk about it. So there's been a lot of NDA research that's gone into the development of the prop so far, understanding the jobs to be done, what the need states are. We actually have over 100 members already using a very rudimentary basic version of our broadband right now. And where we are is in this point in time where we're increasing those number of trialists to about 500 to make sure it's really fit for purpose and adding great value. And then we'll be connecting with the local communities where we're launching. And the reason it's very specifically local is because we're on the shiny new type of full fiber to the premises, FTTP acronym galore, network that's being rolled out gradually. So it's the shiny new ultra-fast network, but it's not yet available everywhere. So what are we selling? Again, fake as hell info, but for the purposes of your brief, it's very real. We are doing 12-month contracts versus a market norm of 24 months. It doesn't sound exciting, but it's exciting because it's different in that we're not locking you in for as long. So it's great for short-term lets, etc. Got 3 different price points for different speeds, depending on your need state. So you can either lean in on one or the other. We're flexible on which one you hone in on. But some of the proof points to call out is that, similar to our phone offering, you can change what you're paying each month. So say, oh, I've got a really heavy work from home month, so I'm going to lean in on this. But the following month, I'm self-employed, I've not got as much work, so my budget's a bit tight, I can swap down to the 25. So it's very flexible. And again, we do not increase your contract price at all during the duration of the contract. So it's very fair, very transparent. And you're not oversold at all. It's pure broadband. So, who really uses their landline unless you're calling your nan? No one. You don't have to worry about that. You just get what you need. So, fictitiously, where this will be rolling out, which will inform your brief, is starting next year, Q1, Bristol. So your idea needs to really think, what do Bristolians, if that's how you say it, care about? Where can we show up that really resonates with them? But then over the following, or that rest of the year, it's going to expand further in Bristol into Leeds. H1 the following year, that then expands to the wider regions around those towns, but we also become available in a few more towns. So how does the idea scale, replicate, slightly iterate, etc.? Then we become available in more regions, and we finally hit London. You're going to have to get out of the London bubble in your mindset, guys. And then finally, nationwide. So this is actually a really long-term brief. You've got to really stretch your thinking. So who are we targeting? Heavy internet users. Sounds obvious, but it's the people who really, really depend on this. They're not going out to the office and relying on it. They're gaming a lot. They're working from home a lot. They've got kids to entertain on the iPad because they just won't shut up. So they need it a lot, and therefore they're very savvy as to what they need, and they will switch if they can get a better deal. And they're not going to be conned by fancy language. They know what they want. They want the good speed, the great value, the product that's right for them. Who are we up against? It's a very, very cluttered market. So there's the really big-ass players, the Virgin Medias, the Skys, the BTs, the EEs. They've got a national footprint. We're not going to be able to touch them for a good while. But there's also a plethora of altnets, and there's many more than this. Most of them I've never even heard. Brand recognition behind us that really makes us a lot more credible, reliable. Oh yeah, I can get behind them. I know that they're reliable. They're not going to take my money and disappear in the next month. Assume there's a separate creative pot, but I would just say have your creative budget in mind in relation to the media. So no £500 million creative ideas. Think about it in a nice, healthy balance. Now, that is over 3 years, but make sure you refresh yourselves on that rollout plan of the different months, because you definitely don't want to be spending 10 million in the first H of the first year. There's no point. You're just in Bristol. Really phase out that budget for the most impact. It's an open brief in terms of how you balance it between brand and performance. I'm quite keen to hear how you think of it, how you approach it. And what we need to bear in mind is, yes, we have that brand recognition, and whilst this advertising is live, all of our mobile brand advertising will be live. We're not known for broadband. And even though we've had contracts for 2 years and phones for about 10, we're not known for those either. So you really have to think, how are we going to land very clearly? giffgaff now does broadband, and it's built with you in mind. So just a little reminder on the brief. Launch it in markets. And that creative idea has to stretch from the smallest town to the nationwide. But before we wrap, there's a few things to consider. So there is that scalability, but also think about local quirks that will really stand out. I'm sure there's some niche thing that people in Manchester care about that wouldn't quite work in Reading. I know they're not necessarily towns listed. I'm just from Reading. Think about how you use a creative idea to connect with those really tangibly one-to-one, and then really embed that positioning of how we're building it with the members. So are there testimonials we can pull through? How do we call out the features that have been built off the back of the feedback from members, etc. Now, this one's most important to me because it's kind of like my passion area, but giffgaff, we're a B Corp, so we want to show up very responsibly. Now, quite conveniently, we published 2.0 of our Responsible Marketing Manifesto at the end of last week, so that's going to be a really great resource for you to think through. And I hope most of you here went to the Ad Net Zero, Ad Green session. Full disclosure, they didn't know that we were the brief. That just shows how passionate we are that they chose us to be a case study and what they took you through. So really think through what's the carbon emissions or impact of your planning, what are the tactics you can employ. I'm not expecting anyone in this room to be experts on that. What's the potential environmental or societal impact of your creative idea? So please don't be littering, hoping to stand out or something, or polluting in any way. And also think about how you're representing people or including them, like stereotypes aren't good, etc. Yeah, it's an excellent resource to go through. Questions? I think I rattled through that quite quickly, so we can have lots of questions, hopefully. Yes. I think there's a mic coming.
Hi. How much of your current mobile marketing mix is brand and how much is performance?
Roughly 60-40 currently. It varies anywhere between sort of 50-50 to 60-40 in favor of brand.
Okay. And is your mobile brand messaging mobile focused or is it brand giffgaff focused?
It's a lot more mobile currently.
Cool.
Like sometimes we'll mix it up. Oh, one thing actually I should have voiced over is this is actually a live brief. So the real version with the real product details, the real prices, the real locations went to the agencies Friday. I'm taking them through it tomorrow. So the winning idea could, in theory, go to market in the next 6 to 18 months. So it's quite exciting. Yeah.
Hi. I wanted to ask...
Where are you?
Right here. I kind of wanted to ask why are you going into broadband, but I kind of want to know more specifically why now?
Why now? So a couple of years ago, we merged with Virgin, but we were always part of O2. O2 merged with Virgin Media, so the capability was there. That was one answer why. But also, it's how we can really grow. There's only so far you can grow within a saturated mobile market, so how can we really disrupt a new market in a giffgaff way? Because that market is rife for disruption. The NPS in broadband is shit. So, and our NPS in mobile is very good. So what can we do in that area? Fight for who goes first, guys.
Hi.
Oh,
you go.
Yeah.
Thanks. From the brand's perspective, what would be the priority in terms of audience? Are you looking to convert current mobile users, or are you looking to broaden that out to non-giffgaff users?
I think for your brief, focus on non, because we have our lovely base comms team who are actively working on how they convert existing members. So know that that activity is happening, but I think the real opportunity here is what can we do to reach people beyond existing giffgaff members.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of the You On giffgaff or Something campaign,
yeah.
How was that done? What is market feedback? How was that done in terms of, since it's been live, how have you done in terms of driving more people onto giffgaff and acquiring new customers, keeping existing customers?
It's landing well, thankfully. For anyone who might have seen the adverts that came before that when we were trying to do Up to Good as an externally facing thing, I think we went a little bit too dark by showing positioning the mobile network too dark and with a counter, but it just came across really depressing, whereas this is showing the flip of that. It's more highlighting how much better, I guess, well, it is to choose us. So it's cutting through in terms of ad recall and ad awareness. The humor is landing. We've already got quite high awareness. That's quite hard to shift without sizable investment, but thankfully it's doing well. So it's a platform we're going to stick with. Not necessarily the lady with the pigeon and the cone. The ad's nearly a year old, so that will iterate. It will become a you're not you when you're hungry. You should have gone to Specsavers. It will be one of those evolving platforms. Let's go, back of the room for a bit. We're hogging at the front here.
Quite selfishly, I've got two, if that's all right. But one is, what's the biggest
threat or worry for this rollout that you have?
It's a really good question. I have many, and I'm trying to think, what can I tell you without giving anything away? For me, taking learnings from when we launched SIM contracts a couple of years ago, my main worry is how do we make sure people know that we're actually selling this particular product, and it's not just drowned in the noise of, oh, it's a gift-gaff ad, and they think it's a pay-as-you-go.
Thank you. And the other one was, is there anything you know you don't want to see from us?
Alcohol or drug references.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any organic touch points or like things that you want to drive to that might not be paid media that we should consider?
Definitely consider how your idea lands in PR, because a good idea in theory should be talked about. Like those really great out-of-homes, yes, it's probably more media folks sharing them, but Joe Public would stop and think, that's hilarious, and share it. So yeah, shareable, social, PR. If you define creators as paid media or organic, I'm in camp paid, but definitely with them. And how it would then show up, could it lend itself to how it looks on the website, on the packaging, on the vans that turn up for the installation? It should be an idea that can be through the journey. Yeah.
Hi, I have two questions. First is, it's such a commoditized and cluttered market. What's the biggest differentiator you're trying to drive with the campaign? Is it the value, competitive pricing, or is it super fast speed internet?
The speeds are the speeds, so I don't think we can claim that we have the fastest, and also we're similar to how we are on mobile, we're reliant on someone else's network. So for us, it's a mixture, and you can either lean on all of them or call out one particular, depending on your idea, but there's the great value prices, so it is a very good price for the speed. The fairness in how you're treated, there's no contract price rises, no unexpected overselling, and also, what was the other one? The flexibility in that you can change the plan. So whether you call out all three in a very like multi-messages out-of-home mixture, or you just really go hard on one, hard on flexibility, we're open to any of them.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, obviously it's up till 2028 plan, and you're competing with altnets. Is it initially, and then you are hoping to compete with the nationwide companies, or?
Long term, we would love to reach that level of market share where we are competing, but a definition of an altnet is that they are companies not running on their own network. So we will always be running on a Virgin Media, for example. So we might be defined as an altnet, but we can take the big market share. It's in the same way on mobile. We're an MVNO because we run on O2's network, but we're the biggest one. Yeah.
Thank you.
So many questions.
Sorry, who was first? In terms of target audience, it's quite broad. Obviously, you said like heavy internet users.
Yeah.
Is that just anyone who depends on like high-speed broadband?
Pretty much. So whether you think, do you know what, that's a shit brief, Lisa, so we're going to tell you that you should focus on 18 to 25, 25 to 34, tell me, we did that last year, we took liberties with the brief where they missed out things. Or if you think, do you know what, we're going to go hard on heavy internet users because they use it for this. Could be gaming, could be working from home. So you've got some flex there in how you approach it.
And the current creative proposition you've got of like that euphoria and are you on gift-gaff or something,
yes.
Do you want that to run through into broadband, or is the idea that it will have its own like separate, distinguished proposition to avoid misattribution, or you want to see that same like euphoria come through for broadband in the way it does for mobile?
Definitely the same level of, being on gift-gaff is the right thing. If you find that shoehorning are you on gift-gaff or something is completely limiting your creative thinking, feel free to have that as, that'll be the master brand that's already running, and this is supporting it. But if you think, do you know what, I've got a great idea for that, bring it straight through. Yeah.
What type of campaign has gift-gaff been doing, and in what channels as well?
That's a fair challenge, actually. We're quite active across all of them, to be fair. Where we're a bit light touch at the moment is sponsorships. That's not because we're against them, it's just how we be really smart with budgets. We're currently live very heavily with out-of-home for our phone campaign, and what we're actually seeing is redone our look and feel in terms of visual identity with the colours and the text, and that's actually really landing quite well. So what I can do is supplement the brief and send around as some of our existing out-of-homes. You can sort of see how bold they are. But we love a bit of TV. Creators is doing wonderful things for us because it lends that credible voice almost. Like, oh yeah, they're just like me, I believe in them. Same with like podcasts. I value this person's opinion. They feel credible. But yeah, we're quite open for all channel mix, really. Yeah. I think this one's got the mic, but if you get a mic coming after.
I was worried someone else had the mic. Quite a short question for me. Why Bristol as the starting point?
It has similar, according to Google, it's similar in makeup of demographics to the town we're really going to launch in. No, it's not to do with age. The rollout is purely based on where the network's available. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
What's your brand KPI to measure success? Because I understand you have a conversion one with 1 million users by 2028, I think.
Yeah.
But do you have a brand KPI to measure success? Is it buzz or?
Probably be product awareness. So product awareness of giffgaff broadband. Yeah, but there's not really a number on that because we've never done it before.
So we're not looking to like brand love or looking more into like the awareness KPI? Just making sure people know that you now have broadband.
Yeah, it's more around the product awareness because we will have the master brand running for mobile alongside this, and that's really driving the more broader brand love piece.
Okay.
Yeah. So many questions. You've already had two, so you can wait.
Just a quick one. Do you have any econometric data on your performance of channels so far across mobile, and is that included in the brief?
It's not, partly because it's confidential, but also I wonder if the channel mix would be different because all of our current planning is very national, and this brief is very regional, so it feels like you'd be almost leading the witness a bit and potentially giving you false data. Online video comes out well for us. Out of home doesn't, but I think that's just out of home doesn't come out well in econometrics, period, but it definitely has good value and don't write it off as a result of that. Maybe really think about all of the media channels out there and what are their capabilities for local targeting. So for example, TV probably won't be doing you any favors for the first year, but towards the end it would. Yeah.
Hi. Are there any brands in the category that you really look up to now and aspire to be like? And are there any brands outside of the category who you want to be like?
Outside the category, Octopus, Monzo, love it. They're disrupting the market. They're interesting, they're innovative, just great brands. In the category, honestly, no, it's all a bit shit. Apart from Virgin Media, I'm sure they're amazing parents and all that. Yes, sir.
Just on the back of that, with Monzo and Octopus, why is it that you're living them? Is it like how they're showing up, or is it the messaging around kind of being consumer first? And if it's not how they're showing up, are there any other brands that you're seeing doing really cool stuff with media that you aspire to?
To be fair, those are probably not so much media. I'm coming from with them more of a brand perspective. So I'm with Octopus, and I love that every time the prices go up or down, I get this very clear email of, of here's why it's going up or down, and here's why we're still best in the market. It just feels so fair. Monzo, I like how the product is constantly iterating. It just feels a little bit more ahead of the market, and you know, the iconic orange card that makes you feel like you're part of an insider club. I also think they are doing well in their advertising as well, and that's why they're growing. It's not just like the product, they are marketing it very well with member testimonials are coming through in Octopus very clearly in a lot of the radio ads, for example. Do you have more? I shut you down, but you are allowed to ask more questions.
I just wanted to ask, should we sort of assume that master brand activity will continue in much the way it has been?
Yes.
Fine.
Assume it's the lady with the pigeon and the bright pink phone ads. Yeah, assume that and bigger and better over the next 3 years. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Lovely. All right, thank you, everyone.
Stay there, 1 minute, stay there.
Yes, sir.
Could I just thank Lisa for please, it's so amazing to get a brief like the one we've got to work on. I've never seen so many questions around a sort of client brief at this stage of the media business course. So please, by the way, remember Lisa's like one of us. She did the course last year. She understands the pressure you're under. But before we get to present to Lisa on Friday, we've got to get through sort of some boss level judges on sort of, before we get to present to Lisa on Thursday, we got some, Friday, what day is it?
Friday, they're Thursday.
Yeah, we've got some boss level judges to get through. So not everyone is going to be as welcoming about all our sort of nonsense as Lisa's going to be. So remember, we've got some tough judges. But for now, please can I thank Lisa, and we'll see you very soon.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I've got to wrap up the day in about sort of 5 minutes, and I've got some housekeeping to do, which takes about 5 minutes. But I want to go back to something that sort of Vicky Fox said around sort of sustainability right at the very start. If it's clearly important to the client, then we should sort of try and bake it in. And clearly, you heard from Lisa that it's a personal passion as well as a sort of business passion. So let's have that in mind. Don't have to force it, but let's think about how we build it into our presentations. Right. We heard from Vicky Fox at the top of the day. She said some lovely things about sort of strategy. I know sort of Hamid said some stuff as well, but your strategy can be one line, it can be a mission, it can be a sort of set of behaviors. As long as it defines what you're doing, then it gives that sort of natural sort of cadence to the rest of your sort of presentation. She also presented that brilliant roll of channel slide, which I saw so many of you sort of take a picture of. Reach revenue, sort of broadcast addressable, lovely way to sort of organize your thinking. And she mentioned the sort of sustainability thing. We heard from sort of Hamid around sort of 10 lessons in creativity. I love the idea that you should be more interesting than the next best thing. I think that is the standard that we're aspiring to with a fantastic brief that we got. And I also love that thought that if you're going to sort of win, it requires creativity. So many of our jobs, our proper day jobs, are really, really dull, and we're sort of just delivering the numbers. Forget about it. The only sort of rule of the media business course is don't be boring. And he's not the only person. I worked with him when we were first introduced to the guys at Adam and Eve, and I heard that guy say, we need to pitch with overwhelming force. Take that one thing back into your day jobs. We should always be pitching with overwhelming force. We heard from Amy. She talked about this sort of normality crisis and how our brains are, they sort of favor groupthink over sort of independent thought. That's the thing we're sort of fighting against. I love that sort of WOW framework that she used, which is worst, most obvious, weirdest. And then, of course, you heard from the sort of winning syndicate from the media business course. I promise those guys were absolutely epic last year. Not only did they have a really, really tight presentation, but they brought so much energy to this stage that it just sort of, it was a sort of clear winner. Right. Some housekeeping. Oh, there's a feedback form. I think Hamid's name isn't on the feedback form, but mark him out of 0, clearly. Actually, can you please add Hamid's creativity section to the bottom of your form, and do give him a score like you're scoring the other speakers. It's very, very important that we're always maintaining the sort of highest standards. Again, I apologise for sort of Rory's absence. We couldn't avoid it today, unfortunately, but I'm sure, like, you've all seen him speak. You all know how he can bang on, so, and you all know the sort of type of things he'd be talking about. Right. What happens now? There's some cookies here with serving refreshments, and you can collect your syndicate key and bedroom key from the MBC desk at 3:30. Is the MBC desk the one that sort of Phoebe's manning just outside? The desk that you checked in at the way when you came in. Please make sure you've collected all keys by 5:30. Right, this next bit is really important. And it's really important because Emma, one of our tutors, has been sort of delayed. She's working on a pitch as we speak, and she's flying down to NBC this evening. So myself and Hamid and Sarah are going to sort of cover off her teams and sort of take you through some instruction in your teams. Please be in your syndicate rooms between 5 and 6 p.m. this evening. So if you want to go for a walk now, please do. If you want to go for a walk afterwards, then please do. But between the hours of sort of 5 and 6, it is vital that you meet with at least one tutor in your rooms, because we've got some sort of further instructions to give you, some housekeeping stuff. So 5 and 6, please be in your syndicate rooms. Right, Phoebe will share all the available presentations from today, including, of course, Lisa's fantastic brief. Please fill in the speaker form, done that bit. Dinner will be served in the garden room where you were for lunch at 7:30. Have a very good afternoon and evening. A couple of other things. I don't know if anyone has got their running kit, but me and Hamid and a few, we sort of go for a run in the morning because we can't sleep. So we'll be running at sort of 7 a.m. I'm told Sharon used the pool this morning. The pool is awesome. What time is the pool open? There's an outdoor pool just to the right of the building as we speak. I also found a pub. Oh, yeah. It's been described as a sort of fountain of youth because everyone's quite old here as well. So if you use the pool, then you sort of take the years off. I found a pub on my run this morning, which I didn't find last year. So if you, we don't encourage you to go to the pub, but if you want to sort of, if you want to get out your syndicate rooms, turn left and you will see a sort of big theatre sort of just here. And there's a pub called the Bohemian, which looks really nice. That's about sort of a 5-minute walk. I missed that one last year. Like I said, I don't encourage it. That is everything. So dinner at 7:30. Please be in your syndicate rooms between the times of 5 and 6. This is super important that you meet your sort of syndicate leader, your tutor rather. Clearly, like you know X Factor when like Cheryl Cole entered, she got there. Everyone went, "Whoa, he's got Cheryl Cole." And then when Louis would turn up, everyone went, "Fucking, I've got Louis." Well, clearly, sort of Emma and Sarah are the sort of Cheryl Cole of this piece. But if me and Hamid walk into your syndicate rooms, don't boo. You still have to sort of cheer us. We're still human. What? Fuck you. Right. That's it. Right. I hope you've enjoyed 1.5 days of the sort of media business course. The fun bit starts now. I hope you've had a lot of sort of fun so far. In the words of Amy, the ridiculous in me honours the ridiculous in you. Let's go and be our most ridiculous selves answering this brief today. I've been David, and I will see you all later. Thank you very much.